waiting for Josh Council to interview some of the racers down there in the pits. We do want to give a shout out to sponsors who have made this week possible here at Summit Racing Midwest Draft. Summit Racing Equipment, of course, the title sponsor. We appreciate so much what they've done. They have had a trailer at every racetrack to provide racing participation. Also, a great shout out to Mosier Engineering, who have stepped up and helped many of the racers who had problems. They offered a $250 certificate to any racer who broke a ankle. Fortunately, Mancini took advantage of that in 85 Old Cutter as he broke a ring continued Tuesday. But Mosier stepped up, helped get back together, and he was able to make his 2 hits yesterday. Also, Sunoco Racing, official fuel of Summit Racing West Pack. Delta PhD is the award to the quickest and fastest car in the unlimited category. That's $5,000 going to the quickest and fastest car here this week in Summit Racing Midwest Pack. They'll also give $2,000 to the runner-up, quickest short transmission, the quickest automatic transmission. Gifted race car, both get $2,000 in the runners-up. Also, Hot Rods by Athlete, who built the giveaway dream car that we're giving away this afternoon at the monthly award ceremony. Big shout out to Bonnie for being a sponsor here this week at Summit Racing West Draft. GearVendors.com is a big sponsor. We appreciate them coming on board. Started out in 2019, here in 2021. Thanks to Gear Vendors for all they've done. And a final shout out to Midwest Motorsports Media. Thanks, sponsors, for what you've done to make this race possible, make this week possible. Thank you, racers, participants, for being a part of such a great drag and ride event. With that, we'll turn it back over to Josh, who hopefully has found someone who is willing to be interviewed. Well, it turns out Josh Castle is our man in the pits, our roving man in the pits, and his microphone is not able to pick up out there where he is, so we won't hear from Josh. But he's going to come back up to the tower with lots of good stories as he is drilling the racers to find out where they are. You can go to MidwestDrags.com, and in doing so, click down on the menu, scroll down a bit, you'll see results. You click on that, you'll have the categories. All 14 classes will be there. Every driver is mentioned, their quickest ET, their quickest mile per hour, and their average. And you'll see who's in the lead in each of those classes. You'll also recognize some names like Cletus Mcfarland, Clark Rosenstengel, who is our defending champion in the unlimited category from 2019. So we've got a lot of information out there. Summit Racing, Midwest Drags, or simply MidwestDrags.com. Also, there is a live feed. We have several racers' families who are watching from home. The live feed is on YouTube. Just go to Midwest Drags 2021 on the YouTube channel, and you'll click down and see the live feed. Had some issues throughout the week. This is a brand new company, a startup company, that has agreed to come on board and film the Summit Racing Midwest Drags this week. They've had some issues. They're working feverishly to correct those issues, and the sound is far better than it was yesterday at Lucas Oil Raceway. We had no audio on Tuesday here at Norwalk, so these guys have worked try to get the sound up and trying to get the audio to work with the video. The video is incredibly sharp. You've got great video you've got cameras on the start line, cameras at the finish line, you've got roving cameramen down in the pits, lots of information there. And again, that is on the YouTube channel, MidwestDrags.com, and you can go to the Facebook page, Summit DragRacing.com or MidwestDrags.com. Go to the Facebook page, and that'll take you over to the YouTube channel where you can watch the live feed. If you're at home, we welcome you. We are under a small rain delay. There were sprinkles earlier. The problem here at Norwalk is not necessarily the racing surface, but the shutdown area. Shutdown area was wet, and it takes a lot to dry that shutdown area. And of course, we can't send cars who are capable of running close to 200 miles an hour down on a wet surface with slicks. So we are under a bit of a weather delay. We expect to be hot in about 10 to 15 minutes. As soon as the track personnel deem that we are out of the threat of any more rain. There are cells in the area coming from the west and the north. Any of those cells have moved on, then we will be able to spray the traction compound. Track will be prepped and ready. We'll open up staging lanes, and we will be underway. Each driver here today, and I think we have about 80 cars left in competition, about 82, I believe I heard the number 82 this morning. Each of those cars must turn in 2 time slips. So you'll see 2 hits from each of these drivers, possibly many more. And we have a full day of racing here, all the way up until the conclusion of the event, where we will have the Molly Awards ceremony. So thanks for your patience, spectators, race fans, and racers alike. We thank you. We can't control the weather, obviously. Nothing can be done about that. But the track personnel here is the best at preparing the racing surface. So I'm not at all concerned about what the track will be like when we do open up the lanes and we begin competition. do believe that everyone is aware of this in the pits as far as races go, but we want to remind you that the track tower is on the right-hand side here at Norwalk, so we will need your tech number visible from the tower on the right-hand side of the vehicle and toward the right rear of the vehicle. We need your tech number on the right rear of the vehicle, the right side of the vehicle, visible from the tower, so that we can do our job up here to make sure that you get your time slip for the day. All right, listen up, racers and race fans alike. We do have a gentleman who's become very important to the Summit Racing Midwest Drags, and that is Robert with PortableCarHoist.com. You've seen, if you've been in the pits, if you were here Tuesday or if you're here this morning and you've wandered through the pits, you've seen we have a portable lift capable of supporting 10,000 pounds. Robert has brought this lift all the way from California, 2,400-mile tow. Took him over 2 days to get here to Summit Racing Midwest Drags. He's got a portable lift that he tows with a tow truck, and he's enabled about 8 or 9 racers to be able to repair their race cars on this lift. So he's been a tremendous asset here to Summit Racing Midwest Drags. But he's somewhat stranded right now in that he has 3 rims that are cracked on his tow vehicle. And he's found a company that has replacement rims. They are about 7 hours away up in Wisconsin, Appleton, Wisconsin. But there's a company called Hard Rock Off-Road, and he is looking for a distributor. And so if any of you, we're giving a shout out to ask if any of you know of a distributor that carries the Hard Rock Off-Road rims in this area, would you please tag them or message them and tell them that we need to help our buddy Robert here to get some rims so he can make the trek. He's got to be, next week, he's got to be in Bandon River Speedway in Denver, Colorado for the Rocky Mountain Drag Week. So we'd like to see if we can get him some rims. 3 of his rims are cracked on his tow truck. So if you know anyone that carries Hard Rock Off-Road rims or is a distributor for them, would you please reach out to them and let them contact the personnel here at Summit Motorsports Park, and we'll get word to Robert that we have found some rims for him. Appreciate your help in that. Anything you can do, if you have information concerning the rim replacements, if you would, just come to the announcer's deck, come to the tower, and we'll get word to Robert as to what he could do to get his rig up and running again. While we have a bit of quiet here, we'll give you the rundown of the results from the classes and these racers that are competing. We'll just give you the highlights of those who are leading each class here at the Summit Racing Midwest Drags. We have a category called Gasser A. Jay Gephardt is leading that. Best of 993 at 133.36 miles an hour. Gasser B is Dan Chisholm, 957, 138.71 mile an hour as he leads that group. There are 3 cars in that class in the Gasser B. In Hot Rod, Mark Fisher holds the helm with a 916 at 147.86 miles an hour. There are 3 drivers in that class. We have the Ironman class, which is led right now by Ralph Hoke, 867 and 160 miles an hour. 155 miles an hour rather for Ralph. The top mile per hour in that class is Steve Chickhack. Chickhack has gone 160.36 mile an hour. Brian Anders is also in that class at a 961 in his little Chevette, 138 miles an hour. Have several drivers in that class, among them Jeremy Bonnett, who broke an exhaust rocker on John Bonnett's Henry J. We thought they were going to be down and out, but they've replaced the rocker with a big block Chevy rocker, and they are back and running. So always good to have the Bonnett family with us, Jeremy and John Bonnett, running this week at the Summit Racing Midwest Drags. We have a manual shift H category. That is led right now by Tyler Garlock, 925 ET, 159 miles an hour, running a manual shift. 1988 Mustang. Tyler Garlick at the helm, with James Reeves is also in that class at a 1041. John Miller in his 5-speed 32 window, that's the replica car from American Graffiti. He's in there at a 1097, 128 miles an hour. Timothy Irwin, William Philippin, and David Morahan are also in that class, as is Will Lana and Doug Wyatt. In the manual shift unlimited category, Bill Armstrong is at the lead currently in his 66 Ford Fairlane. He's gone at 892, 163 miles an hour. These are quarter mile times, obviously, but these are street-driven, street-legal cars. Seeing amazing ETs out of these competitors. Kyle Carroll is in at second in the manual shift unlimited, running a 957, 138 and change. Frank Romano is at 961 in that beautiful 55 Chevy of his, and David Reed rounds out the class in his 70 Mustang. Modified naturally aspirated. Terry Miller leads the class in his Pontiac Firebird. 866 was his ET, 57 miles an hour rather. Street-driven Pontiac Firebird, 866 in the quarter at 157. Unbelievable. Dan Weissert is also in that class, as is Tony McFall, Terry Strange, and Doug Kaiser. So we have 5 racers in the modified naturally aspirated. Now there's a modified power adder class, and that is headed up by none other than Cletus Mcfarland. You heard Cletus on the interview earlier with Josh. Cletus, his best average has been 786. He's been 762, I do believe, but his average is 786, 178 miles an hour out of Cletus Mcfarland. Dave Pierce is in behind him with the 2004 Colorado. I believe Tina is at the wheel of the Colorado. They've gone 841, 159 miles an hour. Dale Gephardt is in that 76 Gremlin. You remember, if you were here Tuesday, he was the one that went straight up in the air, 90-degree wheel stand, came down pretty hard, took a lot of carnage on the front suspension, but he was able to repair it, and he's in at second in that Gremlin, 894, 158 miles an hour. And here is Cletus Mcfarland, one of the first cars to go down in the left lane is Cletus Mcfarland running in that modified power adder class. Right lane is the 70 Chevelle of Rick Cletus. Rick is powered by none other than a 2004 Duramax diesel. You'll see the black smoke coming out as he pulls up the turbo. Cletus has been a 762, and he is looking to better that as Mcfarland is in the left lane. Right lane is none other than Rick Cletus as we begin competition here, day 4 of the Summit Racing Midwest Drags. As we plug in the tree, it's always a lot of pressure to get everything just right before the first pair goes down. Once again, Cletus Mcfarland, left lane, right lane is Rick Cletus out of California in that 70 Chevelle. Reaction times are not a factor here at the Midwest Drags. It's only concerned with ET and mile per hour. Cletus pulled it up. 764, 186 miles an hour. That's his quickest or fastest time, rather. He's been a 762, but that's his fastest mile per hour. Right lane, Rick Cletus in that 70 Duramax L goes 10:01, 135.36 mile an hour. Track's working! Mcfarland has already shown the track is there. First pair down, and the track is working. It is hot and ready to go. So we are underway here, day 4. Summit Racing Midwest Drags is already in the books as we have begun the day. And I would say that we are going to have a 200 mile an hour pass before the day is out, judging for what Mcfarland just did on probably a very conservative tune. As a conservative tune would be the order of the day as being the first car down the track. A little bit soft on the hit. The 160 foot was a 133. Cletus was a 146 60 foot. That's about right for him. And he's on a soft tune as well. He's got 2 conservative hits today that he'll make. And then he said he wants to turn the wick up and see what the car will do as he gets ready for a no prep race that he is going to handle. All right, staging lanes are open. We did not get the word in the tower, which communication is always critical for the announcer guys. Josh, we don't always know what we need to know, do we?
Yeah, so like Mike said here, lanes 2 and 3, express lane 1. Lanes 2 and 3 in the express lane is lane number 1.
Hey.
All right, Ray Gardaki in the four-door Nova. They call it Sweet Pea. 427 cubic inches of the LSX power plant. S484 turbo on board left-hand side.
Right-hand side is none other than Rick Steinke in that honk. Their parts fall off 67 Chevelle. Four doors seem to be the wage here at the Summit Racing Midwest Drags.
Yeah, four-door. So I was talking to Darky in the pits. He said, Josh, I'm going to come out and make 2 easy hits, and then watch me on pass number 3 as I'm going to turn the Sweet Pea Nova to the roof.
Steinke powered by a 414 cubic inch small block Chevy. Naturally, turbos are the order of the day.
I like that. A lot of turbocharged cars on the property.
The clock's 8:59, 141. Right behind him, 8:47, 164 for Steinke in the Chevelle.
Right-hand side, it is Tim Flanders. A lot of people watching the Flanders machine, the Novello racing engines back, Fox body. Car has been on a tear all week long, running consistent 850s.
Left lane is Craig Douglas in that 2015 Hellcat Challenger out of New Palestine, Indiana. The only Hellcat here this week, and I really thought we'd be inundated with Mopar products, the new cars, but we've got a Hellcat and an SRT Demon.
All right, the Battle Creek, Michigan Fox body is in the Beans 91mm turbo, going to spool right inside, looking for a sub 120 60 foot. Not good for Flanders. Oh, Flanders having problems. And Randall Reed's back in the field.
Flanders goes through a respectable 986, 156 and change, but that's not what he wanted to see on the time slip. Next pair up, Travis Cannon, left lane out of Noble, Oklahoma, in that 2002 Mustang. I believe that is LS power.
Yeah, Turbo LS New Age Mustang. He's the owner. He owns a Unicorn Nova. So if you have YouTube, look up the Unicorn Nova. That is the driver of the Mustang on the left-hand side.
Right lane is Luke Robinson in that 2016 Chevy Camaro. 6.2 liter full. 1032, 115 and change. Luke on the 1153, 112 power. As the smoke clears, you see Brian Kaiser left lane, the 2016 Mustang. Who's he up against, Josh?
Nice looking red Fox body. Don't have any information on the tower. It's probably in my book. But I believe he's in the natural aspirated category. Beautiful car right hand side. As the man behind us going to turn the data log on. That's what he was doing. All right, Fox body, and that's Mr. Kaiser, left-hand side.
Then flat out of Brian Kaiser.
Jim Bailey from Illinois, right-hand side. Bailey, a small block Ford, 427 cubic inches, large frame, 88mm turbo. Had trouble with the car all day yesterday. They told me that the computer was giving him troubles.
Left lane is Mark Fisher out of Memphis, Ohio, in that 32 Ford truck, 468 big block Chevy power.
All right, Bailey is in competition with Clark Rosenstengel. Bailey going to spool the 88mm turbo up on the New Age Mustang, right-hand side. 73-mile-an-hour out of the Bailey car.
That is unbelievable mile per hour. Look at the ET, only a 9:14, but he was on a roll. That would have been a low 8-second pass had he not had problems at the hit.
Yeah, would have.
Right lane is Justin Trudell out of Portersville, Pennsylvania, in that 86 Buick Regal, 3.8 turbocharged power. And Frank Romano, left lane in that 55 Chevy, is on the go. Beautiful 55 is in contention, but he's about 4 down. In his class. Right lane Troll goes through 1072, 135. Mark Benson, left lane in that big block Chevy 70 Nova, reported to be 1,500 horsepower out of a 555 cubic inch big block.
Robert Williams out of North Fort Myers, Florida, in a 2018 Hellcat. You know, I believe he's running in the limited category. He just kind of threw it in there just in case the other cars break. He might have a shot at the $5,000.
Oh, problems. Good launch for Mark. But looks like he's stuck. 1,000-foot park. Only goes through 89 mile an hour.
That's not what you want to see on day number 4 here, as it's crucial that these guys get 2 time slips faster than 1050. Folks, do not forget, guys, out there in the stands, out there in the pits, we have event merchandise, $10 each, guys. $10, only $10 for event t-shirt. Gary Bill, right-hand side out of Cordova, Tennessee. $143. Lance Drager, right-hand side.
Left lane, Matt Donovan in that Pontiac GTO. Here comes the judge.
Drager, brand new car, debut event in Summit Midwest Drags. He went 870s in competition yesterday. Looking for a mid to low 8-second hit out of the Trans Am. 134. 159.
On the brakes hard, right lane, 159 mile an hour. That's about parachute material.
Kurt Johnson, right-hand side, currently your all-motoring leader out of Monroe City in Illinois. 91 Fox body.
Left lane is Jason Tapscall in that 70 Chevy with a 406 ball block.
RPMs down.
Look at the mile per hour, 152 to 151. Those guys were on a charge.
Oh, there he is, Bill Spangler, Vermillion, Ohio. He is the American Race Cars. He does the plumbing on all the dragsters out of American Race Cars. They call it the Flub.
Cletus Mcfarland, left lane, the 63 Deuce, 434-inch small block Chevy.
All right.
Goes 994 to a 1005 out of Spangler.
Jeff Martin out of North Littleton, Ohio, the 331 cubic Fox body, dart block base, blow-through turbo setup, right-hand side.
More information on that Mustang GT, but we know him. We just
Tom Brits out of Cincinnati, left-hand side, the Furniture Factory direct owner.
Left lane, 1013, 140. All right, a beautiful example of a sleeper is in the left lane, that gorgeous 55 Chevy. When we say sleeper, I mean it's so stock appearing you wouldn't know that the car is capable of sub 8-second runs until you see the twin parachutes on the back. That is Glenn Hunter in that 540 cubic inch big block Chevy.
Yeah, and then we got Clark Wilson Stingle, right-hand side, big-time power in the right-hand lane and left-hand lane. Right-hand lane, you're looking at a 2,700 horsepower Steve Morris 427 cubic inch LS motor. You got Steve in the back of the car. You got Kyle in the front of the car. This is the first time that Kyle has done one of these events. He's actually doing the tuning on the Wilson Stingle machine.
Clark is the defending champion in the ultimate category, but he's running in a different class this year. Won the 2019 unlimited category and took home $5,000 compliments of Delta PAG.
All right, Hunter's pulling the twin 88s up on the 530.
Mile an hour, 193 mile an hour, 773. Right behind him, Glenn goes 742, 171 miles an hour.
All right, we're back in the 740s for Glenn. So, hey, Darren, did we get the car fixed yet? I know it's down a mile an hour.
No information from the pit crew. Next up, Jason Sack of that beautiful orange Nova left lane. He's out of Riverton, Wyoming, 427 cubic inch small block Chevy, an LSX variety.
Yeah, there's Jason Sack down there out of Wyoming. They call it the Cowboy Up Nova. Cool thing about Jason, it's his wife down there left side of the car. So Jason races a Nova. His wife actually is a competitive rider in horses. She owns like 4 horses, very competitive at a high level.
Brian Acton, right lane in that 70 Nova with a 323 cubic inch small block Chevy, another LS version.
Steve Norris behind the car.
Brian out of Pearson, Michigan, long way from home for a lot of these races. The 60 mark.
That's good news for Sack. So I was talking in the pits. They said we're going to put the same tune-up that we put in the car on Tuesday. With 744, they come back to 746.
Daryl Yost left lane in that 69 Chevelle, 540 cubic inches, 1,000 horsepower. Out of Daryl Yost left lane. Right lane is Dave Ferrizzi out of Malvery, New York in that 68 Nova. He's got 600 horsepower under the hood.
Randall Reed, left-hand lane, the Fox body out of Texas. That is your street race small block power adder current leader. Tim Flanders right behind him. You want to talk about ultra competitive. He's a 2-time Drab Week street race small block power adder champion.
Right lane is Patrick Cullen, and that 88 Shadow, Roval, Maryland, is his home.
Reed's going to be looking for an 850 hit out of the Fox body. $861.59.
Settled up to pull out the laundry at the top end.
Hey, Tim Flanders are still hold back in the pits, boys. Reed just won an 860, so he is off. Get the car back together.
How about old school, old glory Gasser? Oh, my, right lane, that 50 wheel good.
Not good at all for Craig down there left-hand side.
These drivers must turn in 2 time slips today, and we had a short start, a delayed start, so the clock is running. Unfortunately, Craig rather, over to the side. We hope that it's minimal, and he's back underway. We'll get the track personnel out. He is under his own power now. Track personnel will track and look at the track and make sure it's okay. If there's been an empty time left, however, he's still got quite a bit of time left before he's able to.
You gotta get back after it, folks. You gotta get 2 hits in. This isn't drag week. This is the Midwest drags. We'll make them turn in 2 time slips. And I'll tell you what, you're gonna see some round robin action today as Bank Ship Billy himself pulls up in the water box a 66 Fairlane small block manually shifted base plated T56. Watch the car on the right hand side. You know, I did a lot of talking to drivers back there, so, you know, the key is for these drivers to get the 2 10-50 passes turned in. And I'll tell you what, I've talked to 9 or 10 of them that said, hey, on the 3rd pass, if this track is hooking, watch out. I got one guy wanting to run over 200 plus mile an hour, another guy that may be looking for a 6-second hit later on today.
John Bonnett left lane in that 52 Henry J. John had broke. They were stranded in Cincinnati, Ohio with a broken exhaust rocker on that big block Chevy. Someone came to their rescue. It was Daryl Yost. Came up with a big block Chevy exhaust rocker. Different ratio, but it still worked to get John underway, and he is back in competition. John out of Litchfield, Ohio, 590 cubic inch big block Chevy. 1,200 horsepower, the rating for that Ford Fairlane, Josh.
Yeah, the Ford Fairlane, you know, Bank Ship Billy, that's Mr. Armstrong down there, Bill Armstrong. I'm telling you, folks, if you have not seen the Bank Ship Billy Fairlane get down the track, I mean, it is awesome to see. He is banging the gears, and that thing flat out books over 160 miles an hour at the track. We did an interview with Billy on Tuesday. He's working on some awesome technology for the hydraulic clutches.
For those of you at home watching it live feed, we probably have the audio in the best shape it's been in the last 3 days, and so appreciate your patience. Thanks for joining us. We see your comments here at home, and we are glad you are following along here at day 4 of the Summit Racing Midwest Drags.
Yeah, we got the track till 4 o'clock today, folks. And it should be live most of the time, as, like I said, a lot of these drivers are going to get their 2 hits in and flat out get after it.
Track is clear on the top end, and we're back underway. Bonnett left lane, Armstrong right lane, day 4. And this is it for these guys. They've got to get those 2 slips in, Josh. Not only to win class, but also to be eligible for the drawing to take place in the Molly Awards ceremony, giving away that 67 Chevy 2.
All right, the car out of Colorado. Out of Colorado. Look at the light that Armstrong puts on him. That's a 38-mile-an-hour back half out of the Fairlane.
Bill looked like a pro mod racer, goes 443 at the hit on the reaction time. Reaction time is not a factor here this week. Reaction times are just tossed out the window. They're looking for the ET and the mile an hour only. How about the loudest Pontiac Firebird in the state of Ohio?
Yeah, definitely. I was able to get a pull beside him on the highway yesterday, headed back to Norwalk from Indy. You know that car's got Dynamat all the way through it, because I was asking his rider, and he said, hey, it's not bad on the highway.
Goes through 875, 150, Cameron Alley in that Chevy Cheyenne, right behind him, 1035, 127.
Well, it looks like the staging lanes are full as these guys are going to make some hits. I see Tyler Garlock out there, Brian Anders out there. They have some horsepower getting ready to go down to 1320 here at Summit Motorsports Park.
Eric Wagon in that White Plains, Maryland-based 66 Pontiac Le Mans. We followed them on the interstate Tuesday, headed over to Cincinnati. It's so cool to see these cars towing trailers out on the interstate running 65 and 70 in the rain, some of them having no windshield wipers. Talked to Kurt from no defrost, and yet drove 125 miles in the pouring down rain to be at Lucas Oil Raceway yesterday.
Jeremy Bonnett, right-hand side, currently setting, I believe, number 3 in your limited category.
29 Ford, 414 cubic inch, 671 supercharger on top. They have got a soft tune. They just want to go A to B. Barrett, 1351, 107, and change. How about a Pro Mod, Josh?
Pro Mod there, Tom Bailey out of Michigan. Your Steve Morris engines back Camaro, 615 cubic inches, twin 94 millimeter turbos on board left-hand side.
That is a street-legal, street-driven 69 Camaro. The guy on the right-hand side took a tour of the facility Tuesday that he'd rather not talk about. And Scott Kemplinger goes through the lights, pulls the parachute, and nothing happened Tuesday here at Norwalk. 170 mile an hour through the stripe. He's got no parachutes. He's got brand new brake pads. They glaze over and shine up the rotors, and he could not stop. Goes through the sand trap, out into the pebbles, into the grass, and ends up on the airport runway without any damage to the car. He fires it back up, drives back to the pits, and he...
All right, big attention.
Bad.
This is a big pass here for Bailey. Bailey, number 2 behind Jason Sack. Sack just goes 740. Bailey right now had a 797 average. Sack's average is 760. Bailey's going to need to pull off a 6-second here. He's going to need to pull off a 6-second hit if he wants some.
Certainly capable of doing it. The track is there. Let's see if Tim is. Their first 200 mile an hour pass for Summit Midwest Drags. Congratulations to Tim Bailey. How about Scott? 813, 171. He pulls the laundry this time and does make it to the turnoff road. What a hit for Tim Bailey. 673, 200 miles an hour.
It is a rumor that there's a Fox body on the property that's going to be looking for a 200 mile an hour hit later. So Tom Bailey has already went 200 today. And the Fox body's in the pits going, I think I'm going to try my luck also. He's already been 192 mile an hour. Can you guess what I'm talking about, Mike?
Now Robert's right hand of that 68 Camaro. Ask twin brother.
James Reeves in the Omni. Omni broke down on Monday. They messed with the transmission. Watch the Omni left-hand side. That's a personal best out of the Omni.
Right lane, the Deuce goes 1135, 117.46 miles an hour.
Wow.
Still can't get over the Bailey Pass. That's one for the record books. Our first 200 mile an hour hit here at Summit Racing Midwest Drags.
Round volt 68 Nova, 400 cubic inches under the hood, single turbocharged Nova.
Jared Wayne, right lane, that 71 Buick Grand Sport. Flat 112 and change right lane.
inside. That is Tyler Smith in a beautiful gold Pontiac. They put the hood on today. He's been running all week without the hood at the track. That is the Ty-Tech Performance Firebird out of Lewisburg, Tennessee.
947 cubic inch. No, 545 cubic inch. 947 horsepower. Have the numbers backwards there.
And it's Chris Rashin, left-hand side in the Camaro turbocharged LS power. Oh, and he bumps to the light.
That's going to come.
148.
Left lane's going to need it a lot more time. You still got to get 2 time slips in today. Watch for the wheel stand out of the little Chevy Chevette. Left lane, nitrous power adder for Brian Anders. 427 cubic inch LS power plant.
And this guy right inside, the best name on the property. That's Guy Rocco Fontano out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The Ty-Tech Performance back Camaro. 582 for the big block Chevy. Yesterday.
1084, 129. I'm not surprised. That was about 3.5 feet in the air for Brian on that wheel stand at Lucas Oil Raceway.
Yeah, broke the wood bar on the car.
One of the cool wagons in competition here, TJ Linebaugh out of Saline, Michigan, in that 78 Ford Fairmont, 325 small block Chevy for power. Up against Jay Sweetland, left lane, the rear Skylark.
147, Tyler Dorlock coming up right here, right-hand side. It is a 2-valve modular power plant. 85 millimeter turbo from forced inductions.
Left lane is Dan Neeson in that Chevy Cheyenne. Saw Dan on the interstate yesterday, broke down in Indianapolis, Indiana. They were up under the truck, looked like working on the tranny. Looks like he got it back underway. A little bit of
155, not what the Garlock crew is looking for.
Back for a second hit is Rick Steinke, left lane. Hearts fall off, 67 Chevelle. Only 414 cubic inches, but a little bit of turbo power adder helps.
Yeah, it does. And the right side is no whack himself, as he's got 91 millimeters of turbo underneath the hood. The Novello Racing engine back Fox body out of Battle Creek, Michigan. Currently right behind Randall Reed. We've seen Randall Reed going 860. We had issues on the track brake last pass out of Tim Flanders.
Flanders was hot lapping yesterday at Lucas Oil Raceway trying to get the lead in his category.
Oh, and we're trying to get the Flanders machine spooled up. We're having some issues with the Flanders machine. Oh, no, we're not, folks. There's a 124. If you're in the pit, you might want to hot lap that car, because the guys out of Battle Creek, Michigan just put 854 down.
Steinke goes 864, 154 mile an hour in the four-door Chevelle. Joshua Norris, left lane, the 67 Chevy 2, small block Chevy power, 760.
Rick Flattis out of California, looking for a 10-0 pass. This is one of the guys I told you. He's going to get his time slips turned in, and he's going to let the thing rip here at Summit Motorsports Park.
55 Chevy Gasser, right lane, is Ken Staside out of Valencia, Pennsylvania. to sight, goes 951, 140 in the gas for right lane.
I underestimated the back half of the diesel-powered Chevelle from California.
Now he's got his 2 time slips in. All he's got to do now is wait around for that drawing in that 67 Chevy giveaway. Anthony McDowell, left lane, the 67 Chevy pickup, 5.3 LS.
Paul Casserole from Gephardt in New York. Casserole 10:35.
Anthony slows 12:13, 110 miles an hour.
And here comes the fub, folks. They seen what the Cletus machine just put down, left-hand side in the Fairmont. I see the cowl on the car, so they've slowed it down. Let's see what they do.
Mark Benson, right lane, in that 70 Nova big block Chevy, got 1,500 horsepower under the hood.
All right, looking for the Chino Mark.
10:48 out of Mark Benson, right lane.
Steve Cheechik out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, right inside in the Firebird. And folks, listen in the stands. This is the LS Never Dies Firebird, the one that was in the creek trending on social media about a year ago.
Dave Reed goes through 11:27, 124 miles an hour.
I know that's my ex-Super Gas race, right-hand side.
Zach Wright, left lane, that 91 Ford Fox body with a bow tie block, 6.0 LS for power.
Tyler, running the EFI Source Gold Box for engine management in a cutlet. Oh, Tyler having problems there off the line. 1067, 130. Right goes 1040, 130. And there he is, Mr. Strange, right inside, 358 cubic inches. Roush Yates headed small block Ford. This is a NASCAR motor in the Ranger. It's got a TH400 with a lockup converter out of his naturally aspirated 10.5 car. That's usually campaigned in NMCA True Street. Listen to the little truck scream. Going to turn about 9,000 RPM. Left-hand side, it's going to be Chris Bice.
Doesn't left lane, 141 miles an hour, 141 mile an hour out of Strange. Good drag race.
Oh, that's Joseph House, left-hand side, and Amani. Been talking to those guys all week. Dark middle M block, 1,100 horse, looking for an 8-second hit, and folks, you might get a I know the boys at the House Automotive Transmissions are fired up about that one.
Paul Heinrich, left lane, the 67 Chevy Deuce.
Man, that's a good looking ride down there, Mike.
Nice and clean. Right lane, Luke Robinson in that 2016 Chevy Camaro.
That little Chevy Deuce down there, I love the way it leads, man. It's just so consistent.
It's bracket car material.
So easy, just smooth left-hand side.
Goes 1041, 128 mile an hour. Luke Robinson over 1221, 114. This is John Milner, left lane, in that replica car from American Graffiti. That is a 5-speed for power in that 32 Ford.
big block, isn't it?
540 cubic inch. The block Chevy. Mark Fisher, right lane, is reporting. Well, 130 and 6/10. Left lane is Riley in the mile.
Matt Lang.
Was it old school?
Yeah, yes. Matt Lang in a Camaro out of Rochester, Michigan. 5.3 LS powered, 800 horse. Really a sleeper. I mean, he's got the stock 16-inch wheels on the rear. He's got to get the little skinnies up front. You can see the exhaust pipe hanging out of the bumper, out of the Camaro. Definitely a 9-second car right hand side. Or at least 9-second potential. All right, let's pull the turbo up right hand side.
114, 10.07 out of Matt Lang, 136 for the effort.
Pretty respectable.
Craig Douglas, left side of that Hellcat Challenger.
We got right-hand side going to be David Deere out of Hebron, Indiana, 78 pickup truck, 400 cubic inch.
Should have looked down on the track before I looked at the screen. That's a Charger, 2015 Charger, left lane for Craig Douglas.
Charger's just going to use the old truck behind.
10 go to 149.41 miles an hour.
Out of Oklahoma, it's going to be Travis Cannon in the Mustang. This is pass number 2 for Cannon. He just needs to get his 1050 time slip, and then folks, he says he's going to come back and see what the car can do. Rod and Piston 5.3 out of Oklahoma.
Cannon on the good there. 1077 to 105 and change.
That's the judge down there, Mike. Who's in the judge?
Here come the judge. That is Matt Donovan out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, and that's 70 judge. Left lane is Chris Roscoe out of Winnebago, Illinois, and that's 85 Camaro. Donovan slows to a 1449, 97 miles an hour. About some European.
The 280Z of Eric Sanchez, 447 cubic inch. LS underneath the hood. It is a customer's car, not even his ride left-hand side.
Right lane is Scott Abbott out of Arlington, Indiana, and that's 70 Plymouth Roadrunner.
All right. There we go. Sanchez has to do it now. He's been having trouble all week.
Look at the mile per hour out of Abbott goes 120.
Tom Bretsch from Cincinnati, one of the original Midwest Drags #1. He was competing with us here in 2019.
Carl Bright in that 72 El Camino. One of the cool things about Carl is he tows a 69 El Camino bed for his support trailer.
Oh, I believe he's from Oklahoma.
632 cubic inch Oklahoma-based El Camino.
I kind of jumped up here in the tower when that went on. Not even going to lie.
1115, 120, left lane 1022, 139. That noise you hear is the backfire as he is on the rev limiter.
That's a boy.
William Philippine out of Walls, Mississippi, just below Memphis there in North Mississippi. William is on the rev limiter every gear shift, and of course it's going to bang all the way down the track. Overnight, and he's back here today to compete for the finale rather. Goes 9:04, 150 miles an hour. It goes 10:97.
And here's the other House Automotive Black Mustang, the transmission builder from Indiana, Christopher Cripe, 5.3 turbocharged combination, no problems at all through the whole event. He said it's been smooth sailing, been running in a 9-second range.
Right lane is Jason Rousseau out of West Babylon, New York, in that 80 Malibu. 370 cubic inch LS power.
You know, the New York guys get a bad stereotype, but man, they've all been awesome here.
Miles an hour, 948, 146 out of the left lane.
Mr. Cripe, best pass there for him so far.
Third man Mater in that stupid car. That is a 67 Camaro, 325 cubic inch LS. It's got stupid car on the hood because, as you've heard the story before perhaps, the wife said, "Are you going to have to work on that stupid car again?" So
With more than 894 on 34, we're the one
there goes through 111 miles an hour. Van Weisser left lane in that 69 Camaro, 900 horsepower, 632 cubic inch big block Chevy. Right lane is Patrick Cullen in that 88 Shadow. All right, Sunoco pumps are now open. Sunoco pumps are open, racers. If you need Sunoco pumps are now open. Another Chevy gas is carried here on the start line. Right lane is Troy Martin. Martin in the 55 Chevy, 427 cubic inches of power. And the 55 Chevy in the left lane, also a 427. That is Jay Rabisk. Then 77 right lane.
Blue Train National rising fine. It's going to be Jason Triddle out of Portersville, Pennsylvania, 3.8 liter.
Ray Ridenauer left lane to that 68 Nova.
All right, we're going to sit back and spool a little turbo up. Left-hand 9, 67, 138. Terry Miller, right-hand side, big block Chevy. I was cruising on the highway yesterday right beside Terry. I passed him, he waved at us, and just took off.
It goes through 1407, 111 miles an hour.
All right, right-hand side, Cameron Alley, our goal is going.
legal goes through 10:34, 127 and a half.
All right, and there's the buddy out of Illinois, Jim Bailey. Things get interesting here for Bailey, as he is right behind Clark Wilson Stingle with the 427 kid against small block Ford. Old school management all board big stuff 3. The old school drag radio guys that are on property will know what I'm talking about there. Alright, Bailey looking for a 7-second pass right inside and it's for a large frame X235 turbo out.
Left lane, Al Ramos goes through 11:51 to 118.
That's Randall Reed right there. He heard me. Randall Reed heard me. He ran at 860 on the last hit. Tim Flanders came out and ran at 854.
Dave Teresi, right lane, the 68 Nova. Saw him on the interstate yesterday. Had no issues, just running right along about 65 miles an hour.
Flanders looking for that 850 ET. Currently behind Tim Flanders. 853, 160, shots fired out of the Reed machine. And you know Flanders is back there going to come back up and put the 852 in it.
Mike Lycan, turbo powered Chevy Camaro, left lane, 388 LS. Doug Kaiser, right lane. In that 64 Chevy goes through at the start, 1076, 124, 1132 out of Kaiser. 118 mile an hour effort.
TJ Lineball, the Michigan base 78 Ford Fairmont, just ran, I believe, an 8-second hit. The car's been a best of 884.
He's hot lapping to get those 2 time slips in. Paul Fisher, left lane, the 69 Camaro, 5.3 late model LS power.
All right, we have our first racer entry as Rick Cletus going to be the first one to complete his 6 runs, and he is ready for the giveaway here later in the fourth.
Already have plans. They're going to take the Chevelle out of the trailer on the way to their next race. They're going to put that brand new 67 Chevy 2 in the trailer, and Ed is going to drive the LS Duramax through the next event.
Tyree Smith, left-hand side in the beautiful gold brownish Firebird. That is the Titech Performance Firebird.
Mark Benson, right lane, at 70 Nova, big block Chevy with 1,500 horsepower rating.
Look at a Vincent Racing engine for Titech Performance at the line.
On the tech card goes 924, 148. Sounds like a good number.
Yeah, Vincent having some trouble. The engine builder, Vincent Racing Engine, having a little bit of trouble here on the last day of competition.
Jared Wine, right lane, the 71 Grand Sport Buick. Left lane is Jordan Gerke in that 2001 Chevy S-Twix. Once again, Sunoco pumps are open, racers. Sunoco pumps are open.
Alright, the West team looking off the nice left-hand side. This is a great race there.
Against each other in the lanes. It's an all-run day. Everyone runs out of the lanes. They're not running class wins. They're not running racers in their own class.
Right, Guy Rocco Fontana, the Fort Lauderdale base Camaro. Titech Performance back, leading his class at this point. Let's see what Fontana can put together for us here. In the left lane, that's Mr. Gephardt and the Gremlin.
I think the baiters wanted to have a conversation.
Yeah, they did.
Mr. Gephardt, after his wheel stand Tuesday.
Yeah, they might have a little bit of an issue because when they were leaving yesterday, I stopped and talked to him and said, hey, we're closer to home. We're going to crank it up again and hit both kids.
Good job. Right lane Nissan goes through, slowing to an 1834, 53 mile an hour. We've got more training problems, I'm afraid.
All right, Jason Tapscott, left-hand lane, with 406 cubic inch BES rated small block Chevy. Going to turn the thing about 9,000 RPM. His wife over there on the wall looking on, looking for that covenant 8-second all-motor pass.
Gets there, 949, 149.
Tyler Garlock in a Mustang. Stick shift, 2-valve, 4-modular power plant, 85 millimeter turbo on board, right hand side.
James Reeves left lane and then
911 at a big mile an hour, 162.
got a lot of mile per hour and did not pull the laundry on that pass, but he's able to get her shut down and make the turnoff.
All right, Mr. Bell, right-hand side in the Chevelle.
Left lane Joshua Norris in that 67 Deuce. Not bad for a street car.
Bell was 964 at 143. And here comes the Fox by again, right-hand side. Beautiful car. If you have a chance, you can go in the pits and check how clean this car really is.
Left lane is John Bonnett in that 1952 Henry J. The car was actually an All-State sold by Sears back in the 50s. That is John Bonnett out of Litchfield, Ohio. Issues. People at home are saying that we have too much gain, and I understand that. We are working on the audio. We had no audio here Tuesday, so this is a vast improvement, but we are working at the production booth. They're working overtime to get the audio just right. Bonnie goes through on a 1034.
Frank Vermont, the sweetest sounding car on the ground. Now, Anders down there, they lost the wheel doors yesterday. It cracked on them. The crew guys, they're talking, maybe we can strap the front end down with a 416 cubic inch LS power plant. Get a little bit of sauce on it. Anders out of Pennsylvania in the Chevette.
Once again, broke the wheelie bars yesterday in competition at Lucas Oil. He's got no wheelie bars, but he also had a very soft lock, so not a concern. Brian, 1081, 136 flat. Craig Douglas right behind him, 142 mile an hour, 1003. Loose four, the Hellcat.
We've seen the Mustang in the right-hand lane before. It ran 10s. Folks, watch the car this time. This is pass number 3. He said, I'm going to turn it up a little bit more, and One crack an 8-second hit.
Right lane is John Miller in that
Mustang.
Travis disappointed with that 1019, 128 mile an hour. Brian goes through 1079, 41 and a half.
All right, looks like we have a well racing in its back spots, Bonnie. Over to the line of Tim Flanders. I'm sure that'll lead us somewhere looking.
Pressure is on for Tim. Left lane is Paul Fisher in that 69 Cabell 5.3 modern LS power plant.
He's looking for an 850 right-hand side. 91 millimeter Coyote. All right, let's clear out the battle for
Fisher goes through 1064, 122 and a half. Paul Castellone left lane, Bill Schwartz right lane. 69 Chevelle, 427 cubic inch LS power. Castellone, that 72 Challenger.
All right, Bill Schwartz. It's one of the good plays. 146. Tina Pierce out of Oklahoma, left-hand side into Colorado. And she was in the pits helping her husband change out the hood gaskets in his truck.
Everybody works here. We saw Tina on the interstate, manhandling at Colorado at probably about 65 mile an hour yesterday. Looked like another Sunday drive in your pickup.
I see Dave out there. I'm guessing they got the hoods back on his truck. Here's a 5.3-liter turbocharged combination. They had some issues yesterday with the truck as they blew a fuse in a computer and they pretty much put on the brake and it shot up to about $6 grand. So now that they have that fixed, Pierce looking for an 8-second hit. There's been 860s in the truck yesterday. Oh, it's way up there on the converter again, Dave. Having trouble with machines. We got some kind of electrical gremlin. 840 though, 841.65.
That car didn't drop 500 RPM between gear changes. That converter was working hard. I want to remind you that results are available on MidwestDrags.com. Simply click on MidwestDrags.com, hit the menu button, go down to results, and you can see who's in the lead in each of the 14 categories that are running this week. Bill Yost left lane, the 69 Chevelle, 1,000 horsepower for that 540 cubic inch big block. Scott Abbott, his opponent in this ET run, 70 Plymouth Roadrunner. For Scott, right lane.
We have a lot of Chevelles on the property this week.
We did. We've got a lot of LS power plants as well, even in the Mustangs. I think we need to have an LS award.
Yeah. Road's getting after it out there.
Midway, 137.60 foot. After stripe, pulls over, goes 879, 158.
And it's starting to jerk over toward the center line a little bit on the big end.
Probably looking down at the oil pressure.
I hope not. Well, it was the last day. We wanted to make it into a drive and load them up today and go home.
Got to get her home. Carl Bright, left lane, the 72 El Camino. Kathy Sansom, and that 71 Plymouth Valiant 4-door, right lane. Bright goes through at the stripe, 11:16, 120, right behind her. Kathy goes 13:40, 101 mile an hour.
Bill Spanger, left-hand side. Does all your wiring and assembly work at American Race Cars?
Right lane is Jeremy Bonnett in that 29 Ford. Bonnett having to work to get two Midwest drags and then discovered he was down a cylinder on Tuesday. They've worked on it and have a very conservative tune on that supercharged big block Chevy.
Wow, did you see a flick of the wrist out of the Bill Spangler machine?
A little trans brake action there.
Flick of the wrist.
Body goes through 931. Bill on a 1009.
And I would guarantee the hood is going to come off of the FUB. They're going to put the scoop on the next hit. I would guarantee that.
William Philippin back in that Walls, Mississippi-based 2000 Corvette.
It didn't pop as violently this time.
Yes, sir, it did. Ray Kardaki, left lane, Chevy Nova, 388 cubic inch LS in the Sweet Pea.
Sweet Pea. I think this is his second hit. Yeah, it's another one of the racers. He also told me on his third hit he's going to
bit of a stumble there at the hit. Still good developing wheel spin. Pops through the second gear and third gear change.
All right, good Daki's machine.
There's still 109, 133. What's up with Ray?
Ray had a little bit of trouble there. The four-door Nova, LS powered, big turbo on board, rear mount radiator. Car is quick, so he's going to turn in 2 time slips and then he's going to let it rip. Alright.
Good launch. 134 foot.
5:55 at the 8th. And looks like he kind of laid over down there at 9:40.
Yeah, the 1,000 foot looked like there was a bit of a slowdown. Goes through. 2 time slips in.
Yeah, he's got 2 time slips faster than that 1050. We'll put him in the drawing for the hot rod by Havlic's Chevy 2.
Paul Heinrich, left lane in that 67 Deuce 6.2 liter LS. Luke Robinson, right lane in the Camaro.
All right, looks like car number 256. He is entered also. Let's see who he is real quick.
Doug Carlson, left lane, that 74 Nova. Up against Jay Grabayak in that 55 Chevy Gasser, right side. Once again, you can go to results at MidwestDrags.com and see how the classes are shaping up, who's in the lead and who's trying to gain the lead. Gasser, a good A to B pass, goes through 987, 133 and a half. Doug Carlson, 1071.26. Right lane, Anthony McDowell out of Milford, Illinois, in that Chevy S10, a C10 rather. The big truck, one of Beth's favorite colors, a teal green Chevy pickup.
Flower panel on the back of the truck. They've been chipping away. They went the 9-second hit.
At the short, they're on 173, 757 at the 8th. Looks like he's going to be in the 11-second range, and he is. Goes 1187.
Way off trace.
Not where he wanted to be. Jace Wheatley, right lane, that 70 Buick Skylark. Craig Ridenauer in that Nova, left side. We're probably going to see staging lanes close around 3:30, so the clock is ticking. We've only got about 3 hours for these guys to get in both passes. Some cars have not been down the track at all. Most have at least one hit, some have 2. But the afternoon is going to wear on. The clock is ticking. We're going to see some pressure mounting.
This is the pass that I wanted to see. This is Tom Bailey's competition right here in the unlimited category. Is Jason Sack all the way from Wyoming in the Cowboy Up Nova. 427 cubic inch, 88 millimeter turbo on board left hand side.
Beautiful chassis car, left lane.
Yeah, Sack races the cars, and his wife competitively rides the horses at a high level.
Don Bailey has laid down the gauntlet already. Let's see what Jason can do.
It's definitely sticky out there, because I was watching his wife, and she was kind of high-stepping. This is Sack out there high-stepping to get out of the glue. Sack has been 740s. I want to say he's probably got a 720, maybe a 730 tune-up in the car. This is for his second time slip. He did tell me if they can get 2 good shots at it, he's going to turn it up. He wants to drive it in the trailer, but he's definitely going to turn up, pull a little more power to the LSX combination, left-hand side. He's going to spool that turbo up. 118.60, first one in the hit, 480, 150, 748, 184. Not bad. Straight 740s.
Evan Baylor has the track on kill. Nobody's having problems at the hit. Matter of where the tune is. Track can take what they are able to tune it to. James Reeves, left side of the Omni. Right lane is Rick Stanky. Back again in the 67 Chevelle. He's nicknamed it Honk if parts fall off.
Yeah, the 23-degree heated small block Chevy. Twin 71mm turbos on board, right-hand side. Actually wrecked the car last month. Dabbling around in the 235 radio stuff. Had the car ready for the Yellow Bullet Nationals in a week, and here he is today, looking for an 850 ET out of the Stocky machine. Stocky, gonna go 859 again at 156.
Omni goes through 1255, 77 miles an hour. The other Mopar in that same category is Patrick Cullen. He's up left lane in the 88 Shadow. And how about that Terry Strange Ranger, Josh?
Yeah, it's a 358 cubic inch Rousseau heated small block Ford. Out of this converter, high dollar converter on Strange machine. 954, 140.
Converter does his job, 139, 60 foot out of Terry Strange's effort. Patrick Cullen goes 1082, 131.66 miles an hour. Mark Benson on, I believe, what is his fourth or fifth run for Mark in that 70 Nova, left lane, big block Chevy, 555 cubic inch up against Carl Bright in the 72 El Camino. I think that's Carl's third hit in the right lane. So they are desperate to get those time slips turned in. If they wanted to be in the drawing for the 67 Chevy 2, they've got to be quicker than 1050 each pass. Not an average, but quicker than 1050 each pass. Benson goes through 854, 160 mile an hour is good. Carl Bright goes through 1124, 120.
All right, Jim Bailey back up in the Mustang, 427 cubic inch small block Ford power, 88mm large frame. He is right behind Clark Roastingale. Let's see what the guy has out of Illinois.
Ralph Hoke in that 68 Nova left lane.
Towards the center line, 139 at the 806, 177. So they got the back door figured out. They got to get the front half figured out. But only 60 foot to 131.
Jay Bike back, hot lapping that 55 Chevy Gasser, 427 cubic inch power.
Yeah.
Bill Armstrong, left lane in the Ford fair lane.
As he bang shift Billy.
Bill's first pass over the second pass of the day.
He's to the coals down there, left-hand side. 883, 165. As he goes 37 mile an hour back half. David Pierce out of Oklahoma. Folks, believe it or not, they blew a head gasket yesterday. When I got here, they had the motor apart. Got it back together. Pierce here is trying to get down. I believe this truck is capable of a low 8-second pass. All right, the 400 cubic inch small block going to spool up. Pierce does 134 short line. 571 at the 8, soft 8-second hit here. 898, 149. Very soft, plain and safe. Make sure nothing else is hurt with the car. Randall Reed from Texas. About 30 miles north of Dallas, Texas, the Fox body left-hand side. And a street race small block power added category. This is a two-time drag week champion in the category. Randall Reed went 853 on the last hit. He's looking for that 850 with a 0. Reed's going to go 139 short time. Way off at the 8. Let's see what he puts up on the big end. 862, 160, and the dream is still alive for the Flanders crew as Reed has been running a little bit off. And Mr. Stephen Chichik out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Brian Anders, his first hit in the right lane today. This is hit number 3. I think he's satisfied, but I think he just wants to see if he can get closer to the lead in that class.
You know what, Steve Chichek, I'm going to say he's probably going to run 860, 850 here. And I would venture to say he'll come back around for a third hit and turn it up. And that is definitely a 7-second pace to start out of Pittsburgh. And just like I said, there it is, 860, called that one up here in the tower at 162 miles an hour. Alright, Mr. Weissert, left-hand lane. He's on a small tire. He's just running the big slicks. Dan out of LeBaron, Illinois, with a 632 cubic inch big block. He had a little bit of a wild ride here on Tuesday as the car moved around early in the pass. They got it figured out now. The Ricer machine as he goes 578 at the 8th and 907, 145. On the brakes on the big end, and he slows to 11 flat at 125. And here he is out of Long Island, New York City, Nick Mancini. Nick's had one heck of a story this week, Mike.
You know, Nick is what we would call Iron Man, even though he's not in that class. He had the motor completely out of the car last week, found debris, had broken lifters, or rockers rather, had some issues in the bottom end, thought he had stacked the bearing, took everything out, fresh rods and mains back together, then brakes the ring gear and pinion Tuesday here at Norwalk. Didn't discover it until Lucas Oil Raceway yesterday.
Mancini had a little bit of trouble in 60 as he spun.
About 980 horsepower to the wheel out of that 468 cubic inch big block for Nick. He goes through at 973, 149. Total is 963, 141.
Lance Drager in a Trans Am, like I said, brand new car. You know, if you're going to build a car for this type of event, you know, you're going to come out and test it after the event. And Drager has been 870s with it. Let's see if he can get down to 860, 850 range.
Wheels up left side for torque out of that Chevy Beast.
866, 161, and there he is, folks, Cletus Mcfarland.
Drum roll, please.
Out of Bradenton, Florida.
And he's over in the right lane this time, Josh. I think he wants to see what the right lane can take.
Yeah, we want to see what the KSR Performance and Fabrication El Camino has. And I don't think people, Cletus has a lot of fans. There's tons of fans, a lot of guys here that really don't understand how good this car runs. To come out and get a 7-second hit on your third pass in a brand new car and a street strip car is incredible.
There are lots of potential, lots of team left in this combination. He's been a 762.
Yeah, this is a 6-second capable build. No expense spared that Cletus has here. Now I spoiled the 86mm turtles up on the 427. Oh, and he blew the tires off at the 60. Blew them off again.
He had a 250 foot. So it aborts the run, and that is wise. He will take a nice smooth approach back to the pits, keep the engine heat down. He'll cool it down, top the fuel off, and be right back in the lane.
Yeah, I'd say he might not even go back to pits. I'd say he'd probably pull back in the lanes. That car there is making some serious steam. The crew, they changed the ring gear out in the car. I wonder if you kind of question that gear set swap they did.
Not sure what the ratio is on that car, but I mean, he was instantly up in smoke, blew the tires at the hit. They got back in it, blew the tires again, looked like a top fuel car when the clutch came in. Did not do anything beyond 200 foot. So we'll watch to see what Cletus does. As far as he gets back in the lanes, how quickly he does get back in. He's got to have that second time slip today, Josh. It's critical to stay in the lead in the unlimited, in the modified class.
Yeah, getting that number 2 time slip turned in, and after that, the crew's going to really let these guys go. As you can see, the tractor out, going to put a little more rubber down on the track and spray it. A lot of radial tire cars here on the property. We do have a big tire bracket bash and slicks out there still if these guys run. But tell you what, this track is hooking. It's got a lot of bite to it. You want a nice tight track for these radial tire cars. Slicks, you might be out of luck there if you want to get the wheel speed up to get down track with the slick on.
Once again, you can go to MidwestDrags.com to see the results. Click on the menu, go down to results, and you'll see how the leaders are doing, how the competition is stacking up in each of the 14 categories. But also go on to YouTube, go to Midwest Drags 2021. You can watch the live feed if you're at home on the live feed. Thank you for tuning in. We do know we have some audio gain problems. A little fine-tuning and tweaking. It's better than it was before. Certainly we had no audio here on Tuesday. Audio was better yesterday at Lucas Oil Raceway, but we do know we have some audio issues. Thanks for being patient. We do read your comments. We don't comment on the comments, but we do read them, and we thank you for your input. We appreciate the fact that you're on board and tuning in. Motor Mania was not able to do this event, and so a Midwest production video team was assembled, and they're doing a great job. This is actually their first event, a lot of brand new equipment, and they put together a great show this week here at Summit Racing Midwest Drags here at Summit Motorsports Park. Hats off to the Midwest Promotions production team. They're doing a great job. This is their maiden voyage, as it were, both audio and video, so we thank them and salute them for the hard work they put into making this live feed possible. And thanks to you back home for watching. We will have live feed throughout the day. For the conclusion, we hope to be shutting down the event somewhere around the 3:30 mark. We'll close staging lanes fairly early. We've got to be out of the pits by 4 o'clock, as that's when the test and tune racers will come in here at Summit Motorsports Park. So we've got some time left. It's only 12:29 here, but we've got to get this finale of the Summit Racing Midwest Drags wrapped up here before 3:30, so we can do the Molly Awards ceremony. Someone will go home with that 67 Chevy 2, the Hot Rods by Havlic's Chevy Deuce that is down here in the pits. You need to stop by the GearVendors.com booth, stop by the Valley Performance booth, also GearVendors.com and Midwest Drags have shirts for sale, merchandise for sale throughout the pits. A lot of the racers have some great looking t-shirts for sale. We saw Brian Anders has a really good t-shirt artwork put together on his Chevette. Happened to pick up a copy of Rick Pledis's Duramax t-shirt today. That is a good looking shirt. Excited to wear that one.
All right, guys, we got some fast cars in the staging lanes. I see Glenn Hunter over there out of New York. Darren Malone doing a tuning as they had some trouble with the car yesterday. Car capable of running well down into the 7-second range with a 540 cubic inch big block Chevy Twin 88s tuned by Darren Malone out of New York. Tim Flanders down there. Some Tyler Dulac down there. Brian Anders in the lane. Jason Tabscott in the staging lanes as they're trying to get their passes turned in as we just put some fresh VHT on the racing surface. Tom Bailey coming back out, and Tom going to hop right in the express lane. As I haven't done the math yet to see where Tom and Jason Sack sit in the unlimited category. All right, Glenn Hunter comes around the corner. Out of New York. 540 cubic inches of big block power, 2,000 horse on the property out of the Hunter machine. Twin 88mm turbos. Then they've been trying to figure out they've been having some fueling issues with the car. They were running 1300cc injectors in the car. They had some shipped into them this week. Hopefully they have the fueling issues figured out. As Glenn Hunter has been 463 in the 8th. And he's been 209 mile an hour in the quarter in testing. Let's see if the Darren Malone tuned Chevy out of New York has it figured out.
A true sleeper by appearance.
And we're going to be looking for a sub 5 second 8 mile time here. Oh, folks, big moving machine goes 487 at the 8, big time 747 at 187.
Stop.
Hey, Darren, you hear me? We got that figured out, baby. Darren's got the car figured out now. I guarantee that's going to be another pass. We might see a 6 second hit out of that machine.
Car did move around right past the 60, but he stayed in it. Wasn't about to abort that run. Left lane, Glenn Hunter in that 56 Chevy panel, 540 cubic inch big block Chevy up against that Buick Grand Sport in the right lane.
Hodge out of New Jersey, they flew in Brooklyn. Also, we got parts falling off the Hodge. You gonna honk? Parts falling off the panel van. The panel truck.
Looks like we lost a couple of butts there.
Alright, Tim Flanders in the Ultra Competitive Street Race Small Block Power Outer category. It's been him and Randall Reed battling it out all week. Flanders out of Battle Creek, Michigan.
Up against Kathy Sampson, left lane in that 71 Valiant.
Alright, Flanders, I'm looking for a 122 or 123 short time. That's what I'm going to see out of the Flanders machine to run the number he's looking for. 91mm turbo on the Coyote base motor out of Flanders. 124 with a 0 through the short time. 5:35, it's going to be close here. Oh, 8:48 at 162. And Fonzie's got his head down on that one as that crew is going to go back and take a little bit out of it, and they're going to try to tweak it down to that 850 with a 0.
Brian Anders back again. This is hit number 4 for the little Chevette. Jason Rousseau and the 80 Malibu right side. 370 LS versus a 416 cubic inch LS. in the Chevette. And you'll note there are no wheelie bars, but it didn't seem to matter as he's got a very soft launch in that car.
Oh, he turned it on the right-hand side.
133, 60 foot.
Jason Rousseau, 851 with a 6, and the crew guys down there clapping. As they are also in the street a small block power rider category.
Carl Bright hot lop in that 72 El Camino left lane. Dan Hoover right side in the 2018 Demon.
Demon trying to run him down on the big end. 10:51, 133 out of the Demon.
David Beer left side in the 78 Chevy truck. 406 small block Chevy power.
And it's going to be Craig Douglas out of New Palestine, Indiana, in the 2015 Hell K Challenger. All right, Challenger. And Douglas is going to put up a 10:03 at 142. He must be in the street machine category. So another tough class here. He's on the Racing Midwest Drags.
Problems for David Beer. He's still double bulbed in the left lane. And is going to take an aborted run. Attrition has taken its toll. We started out with 129 cars. We're now down to less than 80, I do believe. As this is a true drag and drive event, over 700 miles logged by these racers this week, running from Norwalk, Ohio to Edgewater Park in Cincinnati, over to Lucas Oil Raceway in Indianapolis, and back here Norwalk today. So that is over 700 miles. And these hot rods, these drag and drive events are brutal, especially when you add in the day of rain, actually 2 days of rain that these racers had to drive through to get to the various tracks that we ran at this week. Anthony McDowell back in that 67 Chevy C10.
Yeah, so Rick Flett is out there checking the track. You know what that means. He's going to try to put one together for us here a little bit later.
They said he actually runs between 18 and 22 pounds of boost in that Duramax diesel, but he can crank it up to about 38 pounds. And I believe that's what we'll see. He'd like to trailer it with a big old time slip.
Tyler Garlock, the Bosch engineer out of Michigan. Right-hand side, the 2004 modular-based Mustang, 85mm turbo, taking on Tom Bretz, the factory direct owner over in Cincinnati, the furniture store owner, as the Hellion Turbo Kit on the new 5.0.
900 horsepower on the dyno for that 302 small block Ford of Tom Bretz.
Garlock's got the spicy tune up that right-hand side. 124 at the 888, 164. And I tell you what, him and Banks should be, they need to line it up later.
Jason Tapscall left lane in that 70 Chevy Camaro. Right lane is Kurt Johnson in that 91 Fox body.
And this is what they need, the 460 against small block. Down through there. No time for Tapscott. Not really sure what's going on there. Oh, it's a time. It's just not showing. And this is Tapscott. He went 892. 892.
Ralph Holt left lane in that 68 Nova.
And now that's going to be Joseph House out of Indy 887, 161, and that's 2 passes for the House Automotive crew.
Hope goes through 860, 159 and a half.
Pair of Camaros coming up in the box.
How about Tom Bailey versus Scott Cleppinger, two of our hardest hitting cars on the grounds today. As a matter of fact, the quickest and fastest door car is in the left lane of Mr. Tom Bailey.
Bailey just came back with a 200-mile-an-hour hit. And I want to tell you what, guys, I'm sure he probably got out of about 1,000 foot out. I mean, car capable of going 220 plus any quarter mile. Scott Kleppinger, right-hand side, what he's looking for a high 7-second hit out of the Camaro. He drove it all the way from Elkhart, Indiana, right-hand side.
Bailey, our first 200-mile-an-hour car in competition this week, did so just a few minutes ago. Out of that same lane, the left lane, Bailey goes 200 miles an hour.
Now Steve Morris out there guiding Tom Bailey into the beams. The 615 cubic inch twin 94 millimeter combination on the left-hand side, out of Michigan.
Tom needs another mid-6-second run.
He's going to blow right past Scott Clinton. He hits that, shoots way early.
The early shoots, 672, 212. Yeah, 12 miles an hour.
Yeah, a little smoke out of the Bailey machine on the top end.
How about that, Josh? 212.49 miles an hour out of Bailey. 672, he needed to be somewhere in the mid-6-second range. He's going to be happy with that one. 672, 212. So we've got two 200-mile-an-hour passes, both of them out of Tom Bailey in that 69 Camaro.
And yesterday he had all the trouble. They thought they had fried the ECU in the car, but apparently they got everything fixed. Guy Rocco Fontano out of foot, running up for the right-hand side to young Dirk Gephardt. And look at the Beta Fire working on. Don't do that really, buddy. Gephardt is 858, 165.
I think there's still something in the tune of that little gremlin. We'll see him back in the lanes, I'm sure. Tina Pierce back now, right lane, in that Chevy Colorado.
And let's see if they got the issues fixed with the Pierce machine, even though they did go 160 plus mile an hour on the last hit. David Pierce right there, crossing arms, standing behind his wife's Colorado. Looking for a mid to low 8-second pass. Oh, we had some trans-brake issues right there for the Pierce machine. Alright, 5.3 liter LS turbocharged combination out of Oklahoma. No two-step there. We got some issues still to work out. That's what it's all about right there. She's going to go 909 at 158. Smart move for her for staying in it and getting those two 1050 time slips turned into us.
Those of you at home watching the live feed, we do know that there are scoreboard issues. They are down there at the scoreboard working on it, and I'm sure they'll have it back underway in just a moment. We do have speed information and ET information up here in the scoreboards, so we'll announce those to you in the live feed. We'll hear them, of course, but those of you here live at the track, scoreboard is out in the left lane, and it is being repaired even as we speak.
right, looks like they're checking that left-hand scoreboard down there, trying to get that thing fired back up for us. But there's still several guys out there that have to make the second pass, and there's also a lot of guys on the property. They're going to start turning these cars up after they get those 2 time slips turned in. And Clark, Rose, and Stengel is going to be looking to go 200 plus mile an hour here today in his Fox body that is for sale. $75,000. You can take his car home with you. All right, we're going to have cars pulling into the water box. Left-hand side is going to be Chris Roscoe out of Illinois. The right-hand side, the Vincent Racing Engineering backed 70 big blocks, a big 70 Nova, big block Chevy, 555 cubic inches of Mark Vincent. Alright, Vincent's in, waiting on Roscoe. Vincent's got it.
In that right lane.
Damn, 863, 161, 912, 149.
That's what he's been searching for 2 days. Good job for Mark Vincent, left lane.
Alright, pass number 3.
912.
Pass number 3. This is the pass for the Chevelle.
Probably near 38 pounds of boost. At the hill, it'll be around 19 to 20 pounds. It's going to be a little conservative on the launch, but he is going for bear on the large end with this Duramax diesel. This is a 2004 Duramax diesel out of a truck, but it has aftermarket rods and pistons.
Oh yeah, good hit out there.
He definitely has Rick turned up.
No, this is going to be way off. The pass is going to be off. No, that's not true. The pass is not true. Had some kind of timing error there.
Clock show 828, 152 miles an hour.
He probably did go 152. I know it's 122 at the 8th. The car's been 580s before.
He won a 505 at the 8th. Left lane, James Reeves in the Omni. Right lane is Carl Bright back again, hot lapping that El Camino.
TJ Linebaugh out of Michigan and the Fairmont Wagon.
Zach Wright, left lane, 91 Ford Fox Body, 6.0 LS Chevy power.
Linebaugh definitely capable of an 8-second pass. He's been 884s in the car.
Chevy versus Ford versus Chevy.
Linebaugh goes 925 at 146.
Wright goes through at 1039 with a 138.83 mile an hour. They're working on the scoreboard left lane.
This is the House Automotive backed Fox body of Christopher Kipe, the transmission builder out of Indiana. 5.3 slot Fox body.
Matt Lang is on the right lane in that 2001 Camaro. 5.3 LS. Number to be around 800 horsepower.
Should be a good, and Cripe blows the tires off the Fox body.
Goes hard right toward the tree. Then he gets back in it. 522 after 330, but the 8th mile was off. Goes 1098 with a 5, 125.97 at the stripe. Matt Lane turns it in 997, 138.
Rick Stocky out of Pennsylvania. 4-door honk if points fall off. 414 kg against 23 degree heated small block Chevy.
In Stasiak left lane in that 55 Chevy 210. That is a 210, not to be confused with the other models for that year. Not a Bel Air.
Alright, Stocky. Went 859 on his last hit. He's in a straight race small block power out category. He's looking for an 850 with a 0.
.540 cubic inch big block Chevy in that gasser.
Alright, Stocky in. Let's pull the turbos up right hand side.
Good wheel stand out of Ken in the gasser.
Stacking 553 at the 8. 853 at 106. Wow. Look at Cannon with the big burnout left hand side out of Oklahoma.
Left lane Ken goes 952, 139 for those of you watching from the live feed at home.
Not even his car, and do you see the big burnout pass at 60 foot? He's going to get his 2 time slips turned in. He did 3 passes. This is the 4th pass, and he said he's going to try to come out here and run 870 on the first hit.
Kimball Hodge right lane, that 57 Chevy panel with 496 big block Chevy power.
Oh yes, Pearl spurred up the left hand side. 138 short time. 588 at the 8th, going to be right near the number. Goes 915, 150.
Not happy there, 915, 150.21 mile an hour. 1272 out of the panel truck, 105 mile an hour. How about an ex-super stocker? 70 Mach 1, right lane belongs to Dave Reed. Left lane is David Pierce, the other part of the Pierce Racing team. Both of them in Chevy Colorados this week.
Yeah, Pierce had the hits off the truck earlier. Little superstar who did some driving.
70 Mach 1, 351 Cleveland power.
Alright, a little bit of drowning. I'm not sure what's going on with the Pierce machine, but we have to get one more time slip turned in.
Reed goes 1095 at the stripe.
Alright. Here we go.
David on a single.
The 400 cubic inch LS motor of Pierce out of Oklahoma. Definitely get that time for 129 short time, 527.8. And let's say he had a little bit of struggle there on the big end. He only goes around to an 8.56 at 145. He was on a lick. That was a low 8-second shot, but after 8th mile, he fell over.
Doug White at the right lane in that GMC Sierra. 500 horsepower, 5.3 LS. Left lane Patrick Cullen in that 88 Shadow.
Shadow's kind of being used.
Got his hands full in that Mopar. Raider family has the track set on cue, and the cars are loving it.
He goes 1087 at 131 left-hand lane.
Doug goes 1234, 111 and change. Eric Sanchez left side, that 74 Datsun 260Z with a 447 cubic inch Chevy power plant. Rated at 590 horse.
The big guy, Rocco Pontano, in the tie-teched back 68 Camaro out of Florida, 582 cubic inches. Oh, throwing the tires.
All over the place at the 60.
978, 148 for Pontano.
Sanchez goes 1082 with a 120.91 miles an hour. Here comes your Ford Ranger.
Yeah, the Ford Ranger, but on the left side. That is the Ford left side. Mr. Bill Spangler, the American Racecars.net. All right, Spangler. Mr. Strange, the NMCA NA racer. And the converter doing work. Strange going to go down 960, 140. And guess what? Bill Spangler 10:05 with a 0. So we're going to have to pull the hood off. I know the crew can get that thing down and run a 10:0.
All right, we do have a racer in need down in the pits. Steve Chichek needs a racer, a welder. Racer in need. We need a welder for Steve Chichek. We need a welder down in the pits for Steve Chichek. If you could help him out, please rescue this stranded racer. Needs a welder in the pits.
And the racer number time check does have your slip. Racer number 181. The time check does have your slip.
Terry Miller goes through 864, 157.87 miles an hour. And once again, we have a racer in need of a welder, Steve Chichek. Check him out down in the pits. If you can bail him out, if you can help him. Steve Chichek in the pits needs a welder.
Randy, the closest competition we have going right now. You know, we don't have a board over there left-hand side. Should I even say the time on a intercom or not? Because I tell you that Tim Flanders' crew is definitely looking on. Randy looking for the 850 average.
Right lane, Brian Anders back again. This is pass number 6. Good launch for Anders, 143.64.
Ready for a short time for Reed, 8:52 with an 8 at 161. So there's still room there for Tim Flanders and crew to improve.
Anders goes through 10:23, 131 and 3/4 mile an hour. First pass today for this 60 Chevy. That is a Bel Air belonging to Ted Woodman out of St. Clair, Michigan. Left lane is Kathy Sansom in that 71 Valiant back again. I think that's pass number 4 or 5 for her, but this is Ted's first hit. I think he is in the street machine category. I think he ran a 1918 at Lucas Oil Raceway yesterday. Let's see if he can improve on that.
Okay.
Not with that launch.
No, he's having some trouble there. I'm going to say 1940.
I think he slowed a touch. Not sure what the problem might be for Ted, rather, but we'll give him all the benefit of the doubt.
57 mile an hour at the 8th mile mark for Woodman. 71 mile an hour, 1939.
Slowing a bit. That's not good. Kathy goes 13:32 with a 6, 102.07 mile an hour.
All right. Right-hand side is Lance Drager. Brand new build. Debut this week. What a way to debut your brand new car here at the Summit Racing Midwest Drags 2021 out of Michigan.
Those of you who follow the Drag and Drive event, the Hot Rod Drag Week events, will know the name Larry Larson. That is actually Larry's block and heads in that Pontiac Firebird. The CNC machine work on that intake is absolutely gorgeous, Josh, and it was done by Lance himself. Paul Heinrich left lane in that 67 Chevy Deuce. They are running together. They're good friends. They have, Lance has actually done the tune on that black Deuce in the left lane.
So Drager came out here in Indy 860 range. The first time he's cracked the 8s all week has been today. They're sneaking up on the top on the car. I imagine the car is definitely capable of a high 7-second pass. I suppose they probably have an 840 or an 850 tune-up in it right now.
So we have a drum roll, Josh. I just learned that the ice cream concession stand is open.
I believe that's Randy Reed out there approaching the starting line.
little hand spray on the track. Evan Bader not missing anything. This track is absolutely perfect, as it was Tuesday and has been every time we've been here with the Summit Midwest Drags. The ice cream concessions are open. Everyone who's been to Norwalk knows the ice cream for $1 is the rage. We missed that on Tuesday, but now we are ready to feast.
Yes, we are.
Off of the midway down there.
See who else we have here in the staging.
Once again, you can go to MidwestDrags.com and see how the classes are stacking up, see who's in the lead, what averages are being laid down, and who's a threat to leaders. MidwestDrags.com. You can also go to Midwest Drags 2021 on the YouTube channel and watch the live feed.
Yeah, see Cletus Mcfarland back there in the staging lanes. He is in the express lane, so he'll be coming up here shortly. Jim Bailey back there also in the staging lanes.
Jim Bailey is Cletus's biggest threat in that category. We also have someone in the pits who is beginning to feel the pangs of depression. Josh, he's beginning to mourn the fact that he is turning 50 tomorrow. Who's that? That would be none other than Mr. Jeremy Bonnett. Jeremy in that 42 Ford Rat Rod is turning 50 tomorrow. So a big shout out to Jeremy. And sorry, buddy, but 50 feels pretty good.
50 feels good. It's going to look even better than Jeremy, though, I'm sure.
50 is the new 40, I'm told. So shout out to Jeremy Bonnett. We won't bother to sing to you, but if I see you, buddy, ice cream is on me today. Matter of fact, if you come to the tower, I'll give you $1 and let you go down and buy your own ice cream. So happy birthday to Jeremy Bonnett, who is probably going to be in depression throughout the week.
All right, looks like we got the cars firing back up, and Lance Drager is about to approach the water box. The Ellis Power Trans Am out of Michigan. All right, let's see if they got the 840 tune-up in the car on the right-hand side. Clean-looking machine out of Michigan for Drager. Let's move the LS turbo combination up. Alright, he's been 8.6s. Let's see an 850 hit out of Drager's machine. And too long away from there. Drager time is well. Not going to get ET on this one.
Problems for Heinrich, left lane. We hope that's nothing severe. I think he's already got his 2 time sleeps in. But taking it really nice and easy going down the track, the left side.
Alright, I see Kevin Smith coming out left-hand lane. That could mean one thing. KSR Performance and Fabrication Elko is about to come out here shortly. And there he is, Cletus Mcfarland himself in the board. 427 cubic inches of Texas speed power. 86 millimeter turbos on board there. Had a little bit of trouble on his last hit. First hit, a 760 pass. We'll roll out past the 60, put the tracks down, and Kevin's going to put him right in it.
Cletus out of Bradenton, Florida, a long way from the house. But I don't think he's worried. I think he's probably also going to try to make the Rocky Mountain Drag Week. I've not talked to him and confirmed that. But that is a huge event for a lot of the racers out on the left coast.
Okay. They made the gear swap in the car yesterday. Everybody on the live feed watching the Motion Raceway back El Camino out of Bradenton, Florida. Alright, right, gonna spool the turbo up and a left-hand side. 1:32 short time. It's the short time. 5:16 at the eighth. 781. 185 mile an hour.
Right in the mile, left lane in that street rod. Gephardt, right lane in the 55 Chevy Gasser. Right lane stops the clocks, 986, 134. Left lane, 1191, rather, 114.74 mile an hour for Riley. Frank Romano, left lane, out of Fort Salonga, New York, in that 55 Chevy, 582 cubic inch big block Chevy.
Frank Weiss, 59 Chevy, right-hand side.
Love the chassis work on the roll cage in that Chevy. Pick 'em up. Romano needs to lay down a solid pass this second time. He had a great hit earlier. Pulling the gears in that 55, right where he wants to be. Goes 6:16 at the eighth, at the stripe, stops the clocks, 960 with a 0, 143.55 mile an hour. Chris Bice goes 961, 139 and a half.
Alright, this is the other guy here chasing a street race, small block, power out title here. That is Tim Flanders out of Battle Creek, Michigan. A little bit of approach, different approach on the burnout there. With an Outlet Racing Engines back Coyote. They're going to be looking for an 850 with a 0. Oh, there it is, 122 short time. 543 at the 8th. 851 with that 2, and look at Fonzie going crazy down there on the starting line. Randall Reed, we got a little match going on here.
Problems for William Philippin right at the hit in that Corvette. They'll push him back. It looks like the car just suddenly lost power right at the launch, so sir, it's nothing major. We're trusting that it isn't, and we'll see William back here again. I think that would have been his third hit, so you may already have his 2 time slips. Doesn't hurt to get a third one in, though. You can always better your chances to win your class, not just to turn in time slips for the drawing of that Chevy 2, but also to win class and get bragging rights for all of 2021. Paul Castelloni, left lane, the 72 Challenger. It'll be up against Jason Rousseau, right lane in the 80 Malibu. Jason out of West Babylon, New York. Paul out of Deer Park, New York. Once again, a great host of New York racers here this week at Summit Racing Midwest Drags. We lost our Canada racers, something like 12 or 13 cars that we lost from Canada because of COVID. They're having issues coming across the border into the United States, and it's a sad deal for the Canada group. We miss them. Jason giving chase. He's on at 134.60 foot. He's 550 at the 8th. And at the big end, he is 851, 163 mile an hour. Left lane, Paul goes 1029, 129.
And here's Jim Bailey. Left-hand side, 427 cubic inch small block Ford. Old school large frame, X275 88mm turbo. The car out of Illinois, still running with Big Stuff 3 engine management. Here we go. Bailey gonna spill the turbo car up the left-hand side. Bailey goes 136 at the show, really turns it over about mid-track. 5:32 at the 8, definitely 7 seconds. No, 8:09 at 1:77.
Not shabby at all. Not that 7-second mark they wanted, but look at the numbers. 8:09 with a 3. Love this low to the ground 69 Chevy Camaro left lane. That is Dan Weissert out of LeBaron, Illinois. 632 cubic inch big block Chevy, reported to be around 900 horse on the dyno. Remember running over to the car, making a quick adjustment. He saw something that we can't see, maybe an issue with the cooling fan.
What happens, Major's down there out of the lights at machine.
Apparently got her done. Good job, crew. Let's see what 900 horsepower looks like in the left lane. Up on the converter. Quick drag car. Yeah, legal. At the stripe, 9 flat with a 2, 147.13 miles an hour. Good job for Dan.
And that's Darrell Yost out of Bayfield, Colorado, in 69, Chevy Chevelle, 440 cubic inches. Pro Charger combination, I believe, left-hand side.
Darrell Yost rescued Jeremy Bonnett and John Bonnett, the Bonnett racing team, when they broke an exhaust rocker. So there's a lot of sportsmanship between these guys. Even though they're competitors, they do help each other out.
5:67 at the 8, but you heard it kind of drag itself down there at the quarter mile mark. 9:72, 1:58.
Kurt Van Mater back in that stupid car, left lane, 67 Camaro.
That's Nick Mancini at a Long Island, New York, right-hand side.
I'm sure I'll hear the arguments. People would say that Kurt is in a 68, but that is a 67 stupid car, left lane out of Eads, Tennessee, for Kurt Van Mater. Actually a firefighter who is now retired, putting out fires in the left lane in that stupid car.
Right. Mancini, the big black turbocharged G-body, right-hand side. He's capable of going well down into the 8-second range.
As is the case for so many racers, struggled just to make the show, and then had breakage during the event, but he is back with good throw.
Yeah, 5:77 and 1:21 at the 8th mile mark. 9:03, 1:50.
Kurt just happy to be going down the track, left lane, 14:44 at only 75 miles an hour. But that gives him time slips. All right, the pair is back. These cars are in tandem as they are touring the drag week here at Midwest Drags. Paul Heinrich, left lane, right lane, Lance in that Turbo Firebird going to screw up, and he's underway.
Man, got a little bit aggressive there. 200-foot mark, as I can see the tire tracks where he spun the tires. 8:95 or 1:53.
Left lane 1028, 130.89 for Paul Heinrich. James Reeves, left lane out of Augusta, Kentucky in that 86 Omni. David Beer, right lane, the 78 Chevy pickup. Reeves goes through 11 lane, 1025 in the left lane, 143.95. 1433 at 95 for the right side. How about that high one and small block burnout? That's Joshua Norris. That thing sounds great. Small block, 421 cubic inch LS. And the big end, 10-17 with a 5, 137.60.
Alright, looks like we're going to do a little touch-up on the track here. And don't forget, guys, if you're watching on the live feed, head over to Facebook and like the Summit Racing Midwest Drags Facebook page. So if you're watching on the live feed, head over to the Summit Racing Midwest Drags Facebook page. It looks like Mr. Dater's going to get on the tractor and lay some rubber down for us. Don't forget, folks, we do have event merchandise available for $10 a piece. We have event t-shirts over there at the Gear Vendors tent for $10 a piece. We have some shirts left over from 2019, also $10 a piece. Alright, looks like Glenn Hunter is back in the express lane. Darren Barone has the car set up, as you see that latch past the 540 cubic inch twin 88mm turbos. I think they might have the car figured out. Is that car capable of going deep into the 7-second range? I would not hesitate to say that is probably the second fastest car on the property behind Tom Bailey.
For those of you who will be here this afternoon at around 4 p.m., we invite you over to the campgrounds on the spectator side of the racetrack, where we will have the Molly Award ceremony, and we will be giving away the class awards, $5,000 from Delta PAG to the winner of the Unlimited category. The defending champion is Clark Rosenstengel. Clark did not run in the Unlimited this year in that box body. He's in a different class. But the Unlimited category will get $5,000 to the winner, the quickest and fastest, and also the runner-up goes to the fastest automatic driven streetcar on the circuit. And there's also a $2,000 runner-up prize for the fastest stick-shifted car, the manual transmission car here this week, Summit Racing Midwest Drags. There'll also be the drawing, which takes place this afternoon at the Molly Award ceremony, and someone here, one of the racers who has turned in 2 time slips of 1050 or quicker each day, will go home with that brand new Hot Rods by Havlicks 67 Chevy 2. So we invite you to the Molly Awards ceremony over in the campgrounds. Shortly after we close staging, we'll make our way over there. We'll have our awards ceremony and give away that Chevy 2, that awesome black Chevy 2 built by Hot Rods by Havlicks, 555 cubic inch big block Chevy for power. That'll be the Molly Awards ceremony here this afternoon at the conclusion of the Summit Racing Midwest Drags.
Well, we still have plenty of time here for these racers to make some passes. Like I said, I know there's a lot of guys out there who've already done their 2 passes, but we're going to turn up the wicks a little bit and see what this track will hold. And Rick Tyler, left-hand side, the ex-Super Gas racer out of Wood River, Illinois. 5'3", S475. All right, Tyler. See the Tyler. Oh, and problems right-hand side as he rolls through the beams. I wish he just would have backed up. Tyler's got the road moving down. Tyler goes 10:25, 1:33.
Trottle goes 10:20, 141, and got to be happy with that pass for the 86 Buick Regal. That is V6 power.
And look at the FUB, folks. Got the hood off. I talked to the crew earlier. They said, hey, they know what they have to take off for the car to run a number. The Spangler crew, the AmericanRacing.net, back Fairmont. Big block Ford. It's got a gear vintage unit on it behind a power drive. Oh, he kind of spun there. 148.60. 6:45 after 8. Alpha pick out the lead. Yeah, 10:11, 1:33. And you see the car spin there at the starting line.
Fox body turns up the heat, goes 10 flat, 145 and change, right lane.
All right, folks, watch the car on the left-hand side. That is Glenn Hunter out of New York, the Darren Blow tuned 540 cubic inch big block Chevy, 88 millimeter turbos, excess of 3,000 horsepower. They had a car on a pass a while ago. He had to lift as the car made a hard move towards the center line and got back in it. Let's see what they can do here. Oh yeah, 118, 470 at the 8, big pass coming, 723 at 192. Darren Barone, you got the car figured out.
192 miles an hour.
You know, he told me, if you see a 720 out of the car, it's figured out.
I would say they have arrived. Right lane is Terry Miller in that Pontiac Firebird. Left side, David Terrizzi. Terrizzi in that 68 Nova, 468 cubic inch big block Chevy. Right lane Miller, the absolute loudest car here. At the stripe, 857, 159 out of Miller. Dave Terrizzi goes 1065, 130.02. As you see, the scoreboards are back on again, left lane.
All right, I will ask the Army right-hand side. This car is capable running in a 1040 range. Using the manly shifted age pattern category.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 600 horsepower out of that Omni. As playing is Doug Carlson in that 74 Nova.
And we're Omni trying to run down and over on the big end. Got him. 1035, 143 out of Omni.
Doug goes 1062, 125.
And that's Guy Rocco Fontano out of Florida. This is the Tech Performance Pack 68 Camaro.
502 cubic inch big block Chevy for power. Any adders on that car, Josh?
No. Grudge race coming up. Grudge race coming up right here behind it. You know, Rocco goes 902-150, but this is a grudge race that was set up in a Super 8 motel parking lot at about 1:30 a.m. on Wednesday. Tyler Gorlock, left-hand side, 2-valve modular Ford power plant, 85mm turbo, right inside. Bank shit Billy himself, Bill Armstrong in the 66 Fairlane. Oh, and Billy spins, gonna grab the gears. Armstrong trying to come around Gorlock. Gorlock mile per hour is big on the biggie, gonna be really tight. Boom. Look at that. What about that though, Mike? How close is that?
10,000ths of a second advantage.
They both go 165 mile an hour.
Not just 165, but they both go 165.07 miles an hour. 910 out of the left lane. Right lane goes 902. Good drag race. Margin of victory, 16,000ths of a second. Left lane 10 is back TJ Lineball back in that 78 Ford Fairmont wagon. Right lane Justin Truttle back on his probably 8th path. Look at the torque out of that V6.
Yeah, that's the hardest much I've seen all week out of the V6 there.
Somebody turned up the Rick on the Buick Regal at the stripe. 964, 140.97 out of a Buick V6. Good job for Justin Truttle. Lineball, no shame, left lane.
Right inside the Ralph Hoke out of Goshen, Indiana, 68 Nova, 400 cubic inch LS motor. Gonna bump in slowly. Hoke.
Great launch out of Joshua Norris, left lane, on the 67 Chevy Deuce.
Hoke on a good lick here, guys. 8 to 67, 149 right hand side.
Deuce goes through 972, 137 and a half.
Now, have you seen Clark come up for his second hit yet?
I don't believe we have. I think there's still a little tension in the pits as the pressure is getting greater and greater. We are at 128 on the time mark. Staging lanes will close in just a couple of hours.
When the track seems to be coming around now, so hopefully we'll get some of these other fast guys back up here in the stage lanes to make a couple more licks down the 1320.
Sun is out, Josh. That's going to put some heat in the track. That's going to change the launch for a lot of these guys, especially the quicker cars.
I'm looking forward to seeing if Cletus comes out and makes another hit. I don't know how many time slips he has right now.
It's never enough. And I know he's not satisfied with that 762 when that car is capable of sub-7 second runs. That's a 6-second ride when they get the bugs sorted out, and we just might see that today before the day is over.
here is the shadow, left-hand side. Billy Patrick Cullen out of Maryland, taking on Carl Bryant out of Oklahoma in a 7-2 El Camino. Alright, little shadow, banging the gears, left-hand side. Trying to run the El Camino down on the big end. El Camino's going to get there first with 11:21 at 119. The shadow goes 10:99. It is going to be Tina Pierce, right-hand side. They've been having some issues with the truck so far. They have to get that sub-1050 time slip. The Colorado out of Oklahoma. Alright, let's see if we got it fixed. Now it went straight up on it, but she's going to get that time slip in. But she's definitely going to get the slip that she needs. She goes down in 8:48 at 1:64. Truck has decent mile an hour.
Left leg goes 12:51, 112.33. Mark Benson, 70 Nova big block Chevy. Once again, this is a 555 cubic inch power plant that has been 1,500 horse at the dyno, but he has struggled this week with this car to put the tune together that will get him down the track. But his last hit showed that it's there.
Okay.
Car has come around. Mark Benson, Valencia, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, the Vincent Racing Engine Bank is the engine builder out of Pennsylvania. You see the crew guy turned the nitrous on is, unfortunately, already wasn't on. You know, if he's making 1,500 horsepower, you know, maybe he's been conservative all week, but a 1,500 horsepower ride is definitely capable of going well into the 7-second time zone. Oh, there you go. Turns it on. Now he's got it going. The motor wheels up about the foot and a half. 8:46, 161 out of the Vincent Racing Machine.
That's probably his best personal best this week, 8:46 for the run.
It's going to be Matt Lee, Rochester, Michigan back. 01 Camaro, flying 3 LS power on board. Turbocharged entry out of Michigan. Alright. Lane going to spool the turbo up on the 530. Nice cool looking pass from Mr. Lang, goes 6:52 at the 8th. It's going to go 10:16 at 1:35. Right, looks like got some more action coming out. It's going to be Jeff Martin. This is a 331 cubic inch small block Ford, dark block based, single turbo, blow through carburetor combination. Martin actually crashed the car in preparation for the event here at Norwalk. He How's the car running? It's been running solid 890s all week long. Another guy was able to take advantage of some late night conversations in the hotel parking lot. Car is very quick for what it is. Oh, he's got it turned up here. Right here. He's going 573 at the 8th mile. 889, 165 mile an hour.
Oh, Bright stops the clocks, 11:25, 119.
Probably not the ET he was looking for, but I tell you what, the cars ran solid all week long, and the team is going to take the 8-second average home with them.
Kathy Ransom back again in that 71 Valiant in the right-hand lane. We saw Rick Cletus in the staging lanes. He's already had his 2 time slips turned in, got his average, but he's wanting to see what the car can do. He knows the track is there, wants to see if the car is there. That he's capable of producing about 38 pounds of boost with that Duramax turbo diesel.
Yeah, he went 122 mile an hour last time through the 8th and 152 at the quarter.
Not bad for a street car.
No, he definitely has the power to run down deep in the 9-second range, probably 9:19. Maybe he'll shock us and put an 890 on the board.
Kathy goes through 13:21, 102.87 mile an hour.
Gephardt Bonnett out of Texas, about 30 miles north of Dallas. It's going to be Randy Reed, the street race small block power rider, taking Rick Cletus out of California. Reed looking for that 850 with a 0 as he did in Indianapolis yesterday.
Leaving here, Cletus and crew, that's Rick and Heather, are headed to a no prep race, running small tower class. So they have a full summer ahead of them. I asked them if they were going to make the Vandermeer Speedway Rocky Mountain Drag Week, even though that's very close to their home in California. Said no, they're going to be at a no prep race, they think, up in Iowa.
All right. Random Reed, 427 cubic inch LSX base Fox body out of Texas.
And Rick blows the tires off.
134 short time for Reed. 548 at the 8. Here we go, folks. 851 with a 3. We got some drama in the street race small block power adder category.
Chris Bice back again in that 59 Chevy pickup left lane. Right lane is David Beer's version. His 78 Chevy with a 406 small block. Chris running a big block in the left lane.
What are the tracks that the Cletus machine left on the track? You see those tracks right there?
Way out of the groove, and I don't know if he intentionally did that, but at the hit, he just blew the tires off and was headed right, straightened her back up and lifted. I would say that was pretty much max boost on that pass.
Yeah, we're going down there to National Trail tomorrow for the big no prep race. That's right, left-hand side, Chris Bice. Wow, 981 and 137. 1464 at 91 mile an hour, right-hand side.
Carl Bright back again for his 37th hit of the day. In that 72 El Camino left side. Right lane is Bill Schwartz. 69 Chevelle. He is on a rip. 427 cubic power in that 69. At the stripe goes through 864, 158 miles an hour. Carl goes 1142, 119.
Jason Tabscott, the 8-second naturally aspirated 460 cubic inch BES headed small block Chevy left hand side.
Right lane is Bill Spangler. Back again in that Ford Fairmont. He is hot lapping that car.
Yeah.
501 cubic inch Ford power.
They call that the Ford.
And that would stand for?
Not sure. That's just what the crew guy told me.
Whoa, what a lift out of Jason. And that split nose Camaro goes 579 at the 8th. He's 904 at the stripe, 151.
Yeah, and a crew guy for the Spangler machine kind of shaking his head down there. We're having some issues with some traction.
149, 60 foot, surely closed. 10-14, 133 at the stripe for Spangler. So if they want to make another hit, there is time. They've got time to put the tune back in the car. Left lane, Brian Anders back again. Not sure how he was able to tune that launch, but he has tamed it down considerably at the launch. The car is capable of 45-degree wheel stands.
And Doug Carlson, out of Iowa in the 74 Chevelle, or 74 Nova, 498 cubic inches, right-hand side.
Brian sporting a 416 cubic inch LS motor in that short wheelbase drag car. That is a street car. That's the way here into the 60s for Brian Anders. At a 133 60-foot, probably a little bit in the air at that time. At the stripe, Brian goes 935, 141. Right behind him, Doug bangs out a 1062, 125.
All right, Tim Flanders, the Novella Racing engine, backed Fox body out of Michigan. 5-liter Coyote, 85mm turbo, or 91mm turbo, my mistake, 91mm turbo on board right-hand side. They're looking for that 850 with a 0. Right now, they're chasing Randall Reed in a class.
Great wheel stand out of Jay Grabayak. Shooting answer. He's going A to B. Back up. Goes 986, 133. And Tim says, no, I'm not ready. Coming back and I'll do it again.
All right, Flanders going to get back in the beams. Let's see what the Coyote-based Fox body can do. He's looking for an 850 with a 0. He's looking for that magic 122.60. If we see the 60, it's going to be really close. He's having trouble building boost on the line for Flanders. When he tries to go over, the car is having some problems. As Flanders is going to go on down and try to figure it out. And he's still got it on the back end.
Having trouble getting up on the converter all the way down to about the 250-foot mark. But yeah, the back end shows that there were issues all the way down the run.
Yeah, the power is still there for the car. But they had trouble coming up on the converter there, and hopefully the crew can get that sorted out. Turbocharged, track left hand side. Gonna go 802 at the 8-mile marker. It's 12:35 at 1:12. And don't worry, folks, we do have event t-shirts on sale over there for $10 a piece at the Gear Vendors registration tent. Look for the Hot Rods by Havelock's trailers. They have t-shirts on sale. But if you want some official event merchandise, check us out over here at the spectators of the Racer Pit side. Event t-shirts are $10 a piece.
Several racers have great looking t-shirts in the pits also. If you get a chance, you might make your way down. The concession stand is open. Then in the midway, your $1 ice cream available. And after you get your fill of ice cream, make your way over through the pits, talk to some of the drivers, check out the merchandise that they have for sale. Help support them. They've got to pay for their ride back home.
Looks like let us race some more VHT on the racing surface. Looks like that's Zachary Wright, right-hand side in the box by a Mustang.
Ted Woodman left lane of that 60 Bel Air. Ted out of St. Clair, Michigan. 350 cubic inch small block Chevy. Now he ran a 1929 earlier, I believe. See if he can better that some. I think Zach's going to be a bit quicker than Mr. Woodman. We'll see.
Yeah, looks like Zach's probably bottom 10 seconds.
Whoa, up in the air.
After hit.
Up in smoke. I don't think that's a track issue. I think that's a power issue.
1069 at 132 mile an hour for Mr. Wright. And Norris and Racers still back there in the pits to, make a second pass. And I'm sure there's some racers back there that are putting the tune-up in the computer and are going to come out here and try to set it on fire.
I think one of those might be Mr. McFarland. I think Cletus would like an opportunity to turn the earth backwards before we shut down racing here today with that mullet. I think a 6-second run is in the offing. Just not sure if they're able to do it today.
Yeah, it's going to happen eventually, but check out the guy we have pulling into the water box right now. You want to talk about entertainer. He is the entertainer here so far for the Summit Midwest Drags.
Dale Gephardt, 572 cubic inch nitrous assisted. Gremlin.
Big.
If you notice, if you're up high enough in these stands, spectators, you notice that white mark at about the 70-foot mark out on the left lane. That's compliments of at the right time then. Nitrous assisted 859, 166. Good job out of Dale Gephardt.
It sounds like
He went straight up in the air in the left lane Tuesday and came down hard, and that's that white mark you see out about 75 or 80 foot on the track. He was able to re-weld the front end back together, align the suspension, and has continued on until today and made 4 or 5 hits, and that one there is certainly respectable. At a 142.60 foot, Nitrous came alive at about the 200-foot mark, and he ends up with an 859, 166.
Yeah, something tells me that the Gephardt is going to be back out again to make another hit. As while I was leaving Indianapolis yesterday, they told me just wait till tomorrow. New York is close to home, and we're not afraid to break it. Tom Brett's out of Cincinnati, Ohio. The Furniture Factory direct owner, 72 years young, twin turbo, Hellion turbo systems.
Patrick Cullen left lane in the 88 Shadow. Once again, I'm sure you have figured it out by now, but they are not running each other in competition. We are not pairing class runs. They're not running each other in their classes. They're simply out here running for a time slip. They need time slip of ET and mile per hour to turn in. So you'll see pairings that are widely varied in ET.
Brett's kind of rolling through the beams there with the brakes locked up. Tom Brett's looking for that 10-0 pass. Way up the mark with a 10:35 at 140 mile/hour.
Still time to improve on that. We saw a crew member of Rick Cletus Duramax say the left lane looks good. I think we're going to see one more hit out of Rick. Right lane was not kind to him, as you see his marks down there on the track. He was a bit out of the groove when he set up and pre-staged, and that car went right on him in the direction of right, so had to abort the run, or abort the launch anyway, and got back in it. So Rick's going to try the left lane this time. Again, this car capable of about 38 pounds of boost. Not sure what he's done to tune it to that on this pass, but he was only about 18 to 22 pounds on the previous runs where he turned in his time slips for his class. So we ought to see a good run out of Mr. Cletus before the afternoon is out.
Right. Like here, Mike.
This is 1960 all over again. Jay Gephardt, left lane, the 55 Chevy, 427 cubic inch small block. Rick. How about old school burnout? That looked good. That reminds me of the Scott Wilde's Gasser show we had here 2 years ago. 55 Chevys, the pair. Chisholm right lane, left lane is Gephardt. Can't see if that's a straight axle from here. We're at an announcer's disadvantage, but That is definitely old school. Have the wheel wells cut out in the circle and run the tires right out to the edge. Alabama mags on the front.
You think we're going to see a wheel here?
It's possible. They've got their time slips in for the day. Yeah, I'm thinking that we're going to have a show here. This could be a grudge race.
They're having fun down there.
D-gas versus C-gas. Oh, this is going to be good.
Oh, the rope wheel.
Oh, what a wheel stand. Right lane. Gorgeous wheel stand out of his black 55. Kid goes through 9:39 with a 6. Unfortunately, no time for Jay as he left before the tree was activated. Yeah. Unfortunately, the left lane timing for Jay, but that was still a great drag race. Now, here is the Cletus machine. Rick Cletus, left lane. Out of Gate, Georgia, California. Galt, California, home for the 70 Duramax Chevelle. Reported to be at about 1,000 horsepower, Josh.
Yeah, Dave Terrassi from New York, right-hand side. As we got the red flashers on the track right now, trying to see if we have anything down, what we got going on.
Evan Bader and crew on this track all day long, giving us a perfect racing service.
Cletus is going to have the no prep tune-up in the car, left-hand side. And Dave Terrassi in Long Island, New York.
Now, Rick had the boost turned up in the right lane, and it instantly blew the tires at the hit. Let's see what happens left lane. See if the left lane will be kinder to that launch on that Duramax Chevelle.
It looks like he's in the groove this time, left-hand side. Deep in the nines.
9:53, 142 out of Cletus, 1070 for Dave Teresi, 131 miles an hour.
I'll tell you what, National Trail tomorrow is going to be a spot to be. And look who you have rolling around the corner. It is the Skinny Kids race cars. Cowboy up Nova of the Sacks. Jason Sack, all the way from Wyoming. Left-hand lane, 427 cubic inches of LSX power, 94 millimeter turbo.
That was a hard burnout on those Hoosiers. That thing was launch ready.
And he's going to back it up and do another one. Sack has been down in the 740 range. He said I'm going to slowly turn it up. He said he doesn't want to kill the car, but he's going to turn it up just a tad bit. As you can see Steve Norris out there behind the car. You see Kyle Morris out there. And you see Mrs. Sack going to back her husband back in the groove. They're actually doing double duty this weekend. Mrs. Sack has some horses down in Arizona. And she's here with her husband at the Sun Racing Midwest Drags. Steve Morris going to check the wheel bars, do a final adjustment on them. Alright, we're going to see a 720 pass out of the Sack machine. Definitely capable. Making a little north of 1,900 horsepower to the wheel. Alright, you got a 427 cubic inch LSX base motor up left-hand side. Good wheel speed at the 60, 119, just a little bit off 488 at the 8th. He's going to go 751 and 183.94.
There was wheel spin at the head. 60 foot suffered a bit, but still, great pass out of Jason.
Yeah, anytime you can get down in the 750s, that's moving on pretty good.
Doug White at left lane, David Beer right side for Chevy trucks. GMC versus Chevy, to be technically correct. White on a march. Left lane goes 12:27, 108. Beer fills it up 14:37, 95 and a half. $863, 159, good, 8-second run out of Schwartz.
Yeah, not a bad looking look there for the Schwartz crew out of Iowa. I thank them for coming out and having a good week with us here at the Summer Racing Equipment Midwest Drags 2021. Alright. Looks like we have the Army in the chair, but these guys will put it beside each other.
This could be a grudge race, Josh. Patrick Cullen left lane, James Reeves right side, 88 Shadow versus 86 Omni.
And I know the people on the live feed love the Omni.
James Reeves out of Augusta, Kentucky. Patrick Cullen out of Rockville, Maryland. So, wonder what's in the line here? Maybe $100?
I don't know, the Omni, oh yeah, this has to be a grudge race. Both of them mainly shifted, the Omni has trapped 140 points in the quarter mile.
Reeves way ahead at the stripe, goes 10:29, 144, 10:93, 132 effort for Patrick Cullen left lane.
And that is pretty impressive. 10:29 at 144 mile an hour.
Manually shifted. is Joshua Norris. That injected small block sounds so good. 421 cubic inch, rated at 760 horsepower. That is Joshua Norris out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, in that 67 deuce. Wow! What a pass! As Christopher Walker would say, wow!
I think wraps up RPM's pretty quick.
That dart gets up on the converter quick and stays there. 973, 137.65 miles an hour out of Joshua.
All right, Mark Vincent out of Pennsylvania, the Vincent Racing back 70 Nova, 555 cubic inches, and now Vincent is going to spray the car. Like I said, he's got 1,500 horsepower on his tank card. If that is anywhere true, that is a 7-second car there on the starting line.
And we've not seen anything like that out of this car. That Yinko.
It's been running mid-8s. What Vincent can do.
Like to have a conversation with Mark. That's a good launch.
You see the controls here.
You actually pull out, the car starts picking the wheels up.
And Vincent is 855, 152.
Went 548 at the 8th, 130 mile an hour, so that was definitely a mid-second run, and he carried it all the way through.
And this pass right here, Brian Enders has potential to be special, as this crew has been looking for a high 8-second hit. Unfortunately, the wheelie bars broke on the car yesterday, and they were talking about how they're going to strap the front end down.
DJ Lineball, left lane, the Ford Fairmont wagon, 325 cubic inch of Chevy power in that Ford wagon. Anders on 416 cubic inches of LS power.
You know, Anders, this could get interesting here. They've been playing with the progressive control on the car. They're trying to ramp it in sooner and sooner. So let's see what he does off the hood here. Yeah, look at him driving, folks.
That was beautiful.
107 on the back tire, 620 at the 8th, 969 at 140.
And look at Lineball, 9 flat with a 9, 149.88.
This is a guy pulling Wallbox Frank Romano out of New York. Unfortunately, when I was in the pits, my mic did not work. I headed over to his pits to talk to him, and he got lucky. He is probably the most interesting character on the grounds right now.
Absolutely gorgeous silver 55. 582 cubic inch big block Chevy, rated at 900 horse. They don't tell us if that's a wheel or crank, but that is a bunch, and it is a manually shifted car.
Man, it sounds good. Listen to the car out of New York scene, left-hand side.
Smooth as a Jericho. 961 with a 5, 143.61 mile an hour. Great job out of Romano.
Rick Tyler, right-hand side, the ex-NHRA Supergrass racer out of Wood River, Illinois.
Chris Bias, left lane, back in again. Had problems earlier. Backed out of the lanes, but he's back in. Guess he's got it resolved. Big block Chevy for power in that 59 truck.
All right, Tyler, the 5.3-liter Viron sign, VS Racing 75 millimeter turbo, 3,600-pound G-body, right-hand side. And look at Tyler trying to run down.
That's a good drag race.
Yes, it is, and the truck is gone.
10.03 to a 10.50. 137 on the mile an hour to a 125. Bice pulled it off. This is the time of day when you start seeing the grudge races. They got their 2 time slips in. They got nothing to lose. They're going to bring the car and put it in a trailer, more than likely, to trailer the car home. So and where the money flies.
And look at the guy that just showed up, the guy that blew the head gasket yesterday, James Earl Witt. You know, we got the YouTube sensation Cletus Mcfarland on the property. How about a reality TV star on the property also? He drives a Booster Burden Mustang on the fastest in the dirty South. Right-hand side. The car's not real fast, though. It thing's like 14-second SVO.
Fast enough to blow a head gasket. Tabsco on a rip, 1970 Chevy of Jason Tabsco.
Yeah, they're going to get that 8-second hit.
893, 151.68 mile an hour. I'm seeing a bit of a slowing down there with our James Roulette, 1484, 92 mile an hour for the effort.
Yeah, and here he is, ladies and gentlemen. This is Randall Reed out of Texas. Fox Bonnie LSX power, single turbocharger on board left-hand side. He is your leader right now in street race small block power rider. He's trying to come up here to better his time because he doesn't know if Tim Flanders and Fonzie can get their car going. But Randall Reed will spool the turbocharger up left-hand side out of Texas. Reed's going to get 135 short time at the 8.550. 8.53 with a 1 at 161. I tell you what, I hope the Flanders crew can get the car going, as we can get really interesting. Looks like Evan Boulder is going to get on the tractor again and drag the track. Looks like we got Lance Drager in the staging lanes, and we have Glenn Hunter in the staging lanes. And I'll tell you what, I want to see if the Hunter machine can get down in the 17s or 7.0s. Darren Balloon car out of New York. We have a racer in need for a small block Chevy 400 head gasket. We have a racer in need for a small block Chevy 400 head gasket. So if you have a small block Chevy 400 head gasket, the House Automotive crew down there in Monte Carlo is in need of a head gasket. Looks like we're going to touch up the starting line.
Once again, race fans, you can go to summitmidwestdrags.com, click on the results page, and see who has turned in their time slips and who hasn't. You can tell who the leaders are and who the threats are who are trying to catch the leaders. We still show Cletus Mcfarland in the lead in his category, which is modified power adder. He is in the lead with a 786, 175.57 mile an hour average, but he has not turned in slips today according to the page. So we'll have to do some checking downstairs and see who has and who hasn't turned in their time slips for day 4 here at Summit Motorsports Park. Glenn Hunter is shown in the lead in the Pro Street Power Adder. Street Machine, William Spangler in that 80 Fairmont is in the lead. Street Race Big Block, naturally aspirated, that would go to Guy Fratano. Street Race Big Block Power Adder is Mark Vinson currently. But if you look down and you look at the time slips, day 4 has not shown up yet, so everything is subject to change. Go to midwestdrags.com, click on the results, and you'll see what we see. You can also go to live feed on the YouTube channel. If you are watching from home, we saw that we had some people across the pond who were tuned in, and we want to welcome you on the live feed.
And that is Glenn Hunter out of New York, pulling through the water box.
Not sure that this would be a grudge race, but it's 2 beautiful 55 Chevys on the line right now.
All right, folks, left-hand side, they have surely got the car fixed. As Hunter went on a 720 at 192 mile an hour whip last time up. Darren Barone out there in front of the car, going to pull his driver into the beams. 540 cubic inches, 0.88mm turbocharged on board left-hand side.
Frank Romano right-hand side, and that 5-speed 55 Chevy.
100 on build the boost. 100, 126 is put. 100 on the back half. 471 at the 8. 721 at 196 mile an hour.
For a street car. 196.82 mile an hour. Unbelievable.
Yeah, they went 470 on the first pass through there. That was a 471 with the 9. I'm just glad they got the car figured out.
James roll it back left lane, right lane. Lance blows the tires off at the head, so that's an aborted run.
Lance having some issues. Well, that's starting to develop a little bit of a haze on the big end.
Any number of things going on there. Lance goes 1070, 150.
Hopefully that's the last time we see a roulette machine on the track, because it didn't happen last time when he developed a little bit of a haze.
Right. Roulette 1548, slowing to a 1548, 91 miles an hour. Not something he's used to in the street outlaw trim.
Alright, I see Steven Jr. out there in a fluorescent shirt in front of his damn firearms. This is the LS Never Dies Firebird out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This car went viral on Facebook about 2 years ago. The car was in a creek. They pulled it back out of the creek, fired it right up. 427 cubic inches, large frame, 98mm turbo on board, right-hand side. And a little bit of trouble in the burnout box as G-Check going to back it up and try it again. A good story about the G-Checks is one actually called me in the tower because a live feed went down and she wanted to know how her son ran. I said, hey, he did good. He went mid-8s. He's good to go. There we go. G-Check lights him up right there, right-hand side.
Such a sweet sounding Firebird. LS, late model LSX power plant though, so Chevy bow tie under the hood.
Yeah, so they've had about 17 different big block combinations in the car. 3 years ago, they swapped it up to an LS turbo and haven't looked back. Really slow lap right out of the G-Check machine. He's running the Ironman category.
He's 560 at the 8.
867, 160. So they ran an 866, came back on an 867. And they have that car turned way down, as I know what kind of time the car is capable of. Racers, once again, we will close the lanes at 3:30. Racers, the lanes closed at 3:30. Alright, let's see if the guys got the Fox body fixed. They had trouble last time on the starting line. This is Mr. Tim Flanders out of Michigan. The Map Performance and Tool Vanilla Racing in his back Fox body. 5-liter Coyote with a 91mm turbocharger, and he looks like he lines him up out of the groove as he's far left in the tracks. Oh, and he gets a little bit sticky out there. So what we're going to do is look for Flanders to go 122 or better at the 60. That is what we're looking for. We're going to be looking on the scoreboard for an 850. Alright. Flanders 124 at the 60. He's got something in the big end for it. Flanders 838 with a 9. And that car is going to make another shot, I guarantee. Fonzie said, yeah, we're making another shot, one more. We're not going to let Randall Reed have it that easy. Nick Mancini from Long Island, New York. The big block turbocharged combination. I tell you what, he's going to line up just like Tim Flanders just did. And I believe Mancini's crew guy lined him up. And the guys out of New York may have found something on the racing surface. Alright, Mancini been running constantly in the 8-second zone. Oh, blew the tire hub at the hit for Mancini. And look at the violent tire shake. If you've ever been in a radial tire car and it shakes, I mean, it's pretty tough, just like I don't think it's as tough as a slick tire shake.
That rattled his teeth, there's no question about it. Right at the hit, too. I mean, it didn't even get a chance to get up on the tire. Back in the day, before your time, Mr. Castle, we wouldn't have tire shake like that. We'd have tire wad, where you just actually run over the tire with your slick, and it was pretty brutal. And, you know, nowadays, tire pressure is probably half of what we used to run. 5 and 6 pounds is not unusual for a slick on a race car. Back in the day, we were running 9 and 10 pounds because the compounds were just so much worse than they are now. So I'm surprised to see so much tire shake out of that Cutlass of Mancini's. Definitely a pattern down there, though. That's the sweet sound of Joshua Norris. Norris in that 67 Deuce. 421 cubic inch small block LS power. You see the injectors up out of the hood. We had problems at the hip too. Could be the sunlight. 464 at the 330. Eighth was a 689. He slows to a 1064. 121 miles an hour out of that car. Beautiful 67 Chevy 2 of Joshua Norris. Staging lanes will close in less than an hour. Racers, staging lanes will close in less than 1 hour. You need to get that second hit in. Or if you'd like to turn the wick up and see what your car will do, you've got just a little bit under an hour to do so.
All right, here comes the turbo truck right-hand side. All right, you can hear the turbo really kick on home about 60 foot out. And he's going to go 12:36 at 1:13.
Not bad for a 5.3 liter. That's, what, 327 cubic inch?
I think 325. I think.
I couldn't tell you. I've slept since then. I could use a power nap now. Once again, racers, if you'd like to get that second hit in, if you've not done so, or if you just like to go down this fine racing facility, you have less than an hour to do so. Actually, about 40 minutes. Chris Bice left line that 59 Chevy truck. Big block Chevy full of power. Bice made several hits today. Had a good week here at Summit Racing Midwest Drags. Franklin, Ohio is his home base. And he spins too. Definitely with the heat from the sun. The sun is heating up that line. The heat has gone up on the start line, and that does affect the stickiness. Bice goes 939, 149. 149 out the back door is great. Had a 6:20 eighth mile time.
Arnold Mancini, right-hand side out of New York, the big block Chevy single turbocharged entry.
He boarded the run earlier with severe tire shake, so just pretty much hot lapped it back in there. I think they're going to move him over about a foot from where his other groove was. I think that sun is still going to play a role in what Nick does at the hit.
Yeah, Mancini has been really consistent all the way up to that last pass.
This is a data run, as he's got his time slips for the day.
There you go, Nick.
I mean, that's how it's done. Nice and pretty at the launch. Eighth mile was a 5:69. Pulls Alondra with an 8:93, 151.
Yeah, so the Mancini crew out of New York got the track figured out. They probably went back to pit and adjusted the ramp rate up on the boost controller. And they were able to get the starting line figured out. Lance Drager out of Michigan, right-hand side in a beautiful white Trans Am, brand new build. He also had some trouble at the starting line on his last hit. Needs a turbocharged combination.
This guy is a whiz at fuel tuning and performance. Absolute whiz. And it shows in the machine work and the ability to wow, look at that launch, would you?
The track had a little bit of a bite there.
Talk about torque.
You see a mark down there that Mr. Bader had to go check out?
Lots of torque from Lance, goes through 958, 157. That's a good shakedown run for him. Once again, racers, staging lanes will close in 45 minutes. And a reminder that we'll need to be out of the pits before 4 o'clock as gates will open for test and tune here at Summit Motorsports Park. So, those of you who have not done so and have turned in your 2 time slips and don't feel like you're going to make another hit, might want to be ready to load up and move over toward the Molly Award Ceremony site over there in the campgrounds on the spectator side of the track, as we need to be emptied in the pits at 4 when Summit Racing Midwest Drags comes to an end for the week here in June.
Alright, I see Kyle Morris coming back out. That could mean a couple things. I think that crew is with, there he is right there. Well, Clark's ready to go. He's going to go in that left lane. We still got the tractor on the surface. Track has been quite a challenge here in the last hour and a half for several crews.
Clark's been 192 mile an hour this week, and once again, he is the 2019 defending champion for Summit Midwest Drags in the unlimited category. That was in his Camaro. Scott has opted for the Mustang, the Fox body, for this year's event. Left the Camaro at the house. Interestingly enough, he took the Camaro to Blytheville, Arkansas last month for the ETCA mile competition and went 247 miles an hour in that twin-turbo Camaro, which is a street car. It's the one he won the Summit Midwest Drags with in 2019. Went 247 with the tires breaking loose on the mile run. So Clark, no stranger to horsepower. You see that Fox body is sporting an LSX combination, so it's Chevy power basically. Steve Morris built power plant.
Yeah, Cullen was doing a tune-up on it. Clark, move around, have a big pop at the 8th mile.
Noses over at the 8th on a 5:15, 134 miles an hour. Slows to an 868 at only 123. That mile per hour should have been around 170.
Yeah.
Racer station lanes close in 40 minutes. It is now 10 to 3. Station lanes close in 40 minutes.
Right, here we are, out of Battle Creek, Michigan.
Tim Blando's back again, right lane in that 86 Ford Mustang. 302 cubic inches. Everybody is taking that right lane.
Yeah, they're going to 123, 60 foot out of the car. 123 with a 7. I hope he's got it tuned in. Here we go, going to be tight. 854 with a 2.
Better than the 848 or 849 that he ran, so he's where he wants to be, just 400s off. Randall Reed back again in that 93 Mustang. Talbot, Texas-based Randall Reed. Going to try yet another hit. Everybody likes the right lane, and they've got that groove figured out. Even though we've got the sun out on the track, they're laying down some rubber. Nick had a good run. Lance launched well at that in that right lane. Let's see what Randall Reed can do. Reed goes 142 on the 60-foot. Bit of a pop right there at the 8th. On the strike, 8:45 with a 9, 163 miles an hour. That 5:45 at the 8th seemed like there was just a bit of a pop there, 130 mile an hour on the 8th mile speed. 8:45 with a 9 for Mr. Reed. Now the little Mopar is back, left lane. That is a stick shift car. Mopar goes through 1085, 135 miles an hour. That is a lot of speed out of that little four-cylinder Mopar. Right, the last call for Sunoco Racing Fuel. Last call for fuel if you need to top off the tank and get some 93 octane for the ride home. Last call for fuel. Last call for Sunoco Fuel down in the pits. Once again, staging lanes close in 35 minutes, racers. 35 more minutes. Staging lanes will close in 35 minutes. All right. If you have not turned in your time slips, racers, if you have not turned in your time slips, you must do so pretty quickly. I need you to go ahead and make your way over to the Gear Vendors tent, gearvendors.com tent, and turn in your time slips. If you have not done so, we're going to move that tent pretty quickly over to the award ceremony. Last call, we need to get your time slips in. Time slips need to be turned in to the gear vendor's booth before we move the tent over to the Molly Award ceremony site. Once again, racers, if you have not already done so, please, we need your time slips turned in so that we can validate the results and get the gear vendor's tent over to the Molly Award Center. It's been a long day. Actually, it's been a long week. But we need your time slips at the gear vendor's display booth so that we can move that over to the Molly Award ceremony site. Thanks for your cooperation and your help. Once again, last call for Sunoco fuel, and staging lanes close in 30 minutes. Once again, racers, if you have not already done so, please make your way over to the gear vendor's tent, turn in those time slips so that we can move the tent over to the award ceremony site on the pit side over in the campgrounds of the facility here. I need your time slips turned in so that we can update the results and determine our winners. Manually shifted Camaro left lane. Fifth generation Camaro goes 524 on the 330, 789 at the 8, 1212 at the quarter, 118.97 miles an hour. Once again, staging lanes close in 30 minutes, racers, and we need those time slips in to the gear vendor's booth. Frank Romano back in that beautiful silver 55. Manually shifted big block Chevy, 582 cubic inches of big block Chevy with a transmission manually shifted by Mr. Romano. Frank out of Fort Salonga, New York, long way from the house to participate here in the Summer Racing Midwest Drags, and left lane is none other than the defending champion and ultimate. This is Clark Rosenstengel. Rosenstengel in that Steve Morris power plant twin turbo Mustang has been 192 miles an hour already today. He has his two time slips turned in, trying to better that, trying to see exactly what this car will do This is what he calls his backup car. It is for sale. $75,000 gets you that Fox Body Mustang turnkey. Romano on the rip, and that's street car running him down big time. Car goes 560 at the 8, pulls Alonda with an 830 for the 9, only 178 or 95 miles an hour. Romano goes 964, 144.
We have some tension heating up in the staging lanes. Jason Sack. Right now, right behind Tom Bailey. He's going to go faster than a 7:39 to win.
Chris Bice on the start line in that 59 Chevy truck. Big block Chevy powered 59 Chevy. Used to call those Apaches or Fleetwoods, depending on the body trim. Oh! Chris has a little bit of a issue at the start line, kind of blows the tires off, gets back in it, gets back in it, gets back in it. Goes 639 at the 8, 971 on the big end, 145 and change at the stripe.
Look at Steve Norris. He's going to go out there and spray some flutter in the burnout box for Jason Sack. He's running around faster than a 7:39 on his hit if he wants to take down Tom Bailey. Alright, let's see what the Skinny Kid race cars. Cowboy Nova out of Wyoming can do. He is currently right behind Tom Bailey in that unlimited category.
427 cubic inch twin turbo machine. Skinny Kid race car chassis work. It really looks like a Pro Mod, but it is a street-legal, street-driven machine.
Yeah, it's a steel quarter, steel lift car. Beautiful car there. As you can see, Mrs. Sack's going to run out in front of the machine and back him down in the tracks. Very important pass here, folks. This is for your unlimited category.
Tom Bailey yet to make the hit that he desires. We'll see if Tom has something to offer to Mr. Sack.
I talked to someone down there and they weren't sure if Bailey was going to make another hit or not. I heard he wasn't, but I don't know if that's a rumor or not. So Sack goes out here and busts out a 7:39 or quicker. He will take this unlimited championship. Alright, the Cowboy up Nova out of Wyoming is filled up. A little bit of tire shake there. 1860, he's got a shot, 482 at the 8. 743, 187. You gotta give him credit for coming out here trying on this track.
Steven Chichak, left lane, the 80 Pontiac Firebird 427 small block LSX. You can see the turbo plumbing on top of the car. No information, right lane in that white Camaro.
Yeah, Chichak's got one of those popular frozen boost intercooler sitting on the intake.
He goes 550 at the 8.
Hey, Steven Jr.'s happy about that one. Look at the fist bump down there, Jr. As they go 553.
853 at the stripe, 1182 out of the Camaro. Right lane looks to be the choice for Mr. Norris, back again in that injected small block Chevy. 421 cubic inch LS with injectors. Beautiful wheel stand. That's a great looking superstar car. But it is street legal. 972, 138.74 mile an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bill Bader Jr. On behalf of my family, on behalf of Summit Racing Equipment, on behalf of the team here, we thank you very much for spending, Memorial Day, Tuesday, and Friday with us for this tremendous event. We hope you enjoyed yourselves. The one area that I want to caution you, there is a storm coming, and the storm I mean is about 500 bracket racers that are going to be storming our gate at 4 o'clock sharp. And they are, we have tonight a Friday test and tune program. On Tuesday, fortunately, we had nothing following the events of the day, so you were able to move out at your leisure. I know we had some folks affecting repairs that went late into the night, but you're going to start to notice about 3:30 this slow creep of rigs that will make their way to the Route 601 Bud Gate. So I just want to make you aware that our Friday program gates open at 4, and you are not going to want to get caught in that. You have been put on notice. You do not want to get tangled up in that sea of humanity. So I just wanted to give you that heads up. And I know you have an award show that's taking place on the Summit side. Congratulations in advance to all the winners. Lots of cash, lots of prizes, a cool car to give away. So all kinds of cool stuff. I had an opportunity to visit with many of you from the head of staging, and we certainly appreciate you visiting us here at Summit Motorsports Park, Norwalk, Ohio, USA. So I will hand the baton back over to the broadcast team, and I will take my position at the head of staging. Thanks, guys. All right, Fonzie getting pumped up. Look at this right here. Randall Reed taking on Fonzie. These are your top two contenders in your street race small block power adder category. Both looking for that 850 number right now. Randall Reed is going to take it right now. Unless Tim Flanders can pull it off and get the other 850. A Texas-based Fox body taking on the Battle Creek Fox body. That is Battle Creek, Michigan-based. So Mr. Flanders, both turbocharged combinations, one LSX, the other a Coyote. That is your typical Ford motor versus Chevy motor. Alright, both going to split it up. Alright, we got problems right there for Flanders. Reed does 136 at the 68, 52 with a 9.
Once again, racers, stage lanes will close in 15 minutes. If you heard the warning from Bill Bader, we need to empty the pits. So if you are set up the cookout, we're going to ask you.
Flanders will split up, head up, right hand side. This is a big time pass here for the Flanders machine. Trying to go 850. And he's done. Not good.
Once again, if you are in the pit, we need you to go ahead and make your way over to the summit side of the facility, over toward the campgrounds for the Amali Award ceremony. If you have turned in your time slips and you are done for the day, we ask you to go ahead and pack up your pit space, make your way over to the spectator side for the award ceremony. As we will have, you heard Mr. Bader say, we will have a sea of racers descending on Summit Motorsports Park in just a couple of moments. Stage lanes will close in 15 minutes. Racers, we ask you to go ahead and pack up and make your way over to the award ceremony site if you are done for the day. If you have turned in your time slips and you are finished making runs on the track, we ask you to make your way over to the award ceremony site, the Amali Award Ceremony site in the campgrounds over on the summit side of the facility, as we want to be out of the way of the blacker racers who will be coming through the gate. Many have already come. Want to be sure that we empty out the pits, help us help them get their test and tune cars in the pits at 4 o'clock when the gates open. Once again, stage lanes close in just a matter of about 16 minutes, or 14 minutes rather. Once again, those of you in the Summit Midwest Drags pit, we need you to go ahead and begin to pack up and make your way back over to the campgrounds if you have turned in your time slips and you are ready. And if you can cooperate with us and help us, we need you to go ahead and make your way over to the campground site for our award ceremony, as we need to empty out the pits and open the gates for the Summit Motorsports Park Test and Tune group that'll come in just a matter of moments.
The Blackett Bashers are about to invade the property at 4 p.m.
And we've already seen quite a few come through the gate. I see 3 axle trailers pulling in the gates. We know that they're not part of the Midwest crew, so racers, if you will, help us help them by packing up and making your way over to the award ceremony site.
We have 8 minutes, and lanes will close. 8 minutes and lanes will close.
Well, it turns out we do have a little pressure on Mr. Bailey. Tom Bailey is in the staging lanes. As we understand it, Jason Sack has taken the lead in the unlimited class. That's $5,000 up for grabs, $2,000 to the runner-up. As we understand it, we haven't seen the live results yet of the time slips, but as we understand it, Sack has taken over in unlimited. Tom Bailey says, well, it ain't over till the fat lady sings.
Yeah, Sack did take over, guys. He's got a 7.55 average right now. Bailey, 7.56 with a 0, so Bailey was forced to make another hit.
And what does he need to run to upset Sack?
I mean, he's going to need to run.
We'll do a little math here. See what the number needs to be to put Sack back in number 2 and Bailey take the lead back over. Bailey has been in the lead all week in the unlimited category, but Jason Sack stepped it up today. Tom Bailey needs to run a 6.91 in order to upset Jason Sack and take the lead back in the unlimited category. So $5,000 is up for grabs, and it's all down to this last pass for Tom Bailey. As again, he needs to better himself. He needs to run a 6.91 in order to upset the lead that Sack has and take it back away from him.
You know, the track has been pretty tough. You know, you seen Bailey really struggle yesterday. He drove the car all the way over to the center line. He drove the car almost through the Christmas tree. Is Bailey going to be able to pull up at 6.91? You know, he's got the power to run deep into the 6-second zone. So I'm sure he's going to be really conservative on this next pass and try to get down through there faster than a 6.91. That is the number he is looking for. And Steve Moore's is going to put some more water in the water box for him. You got to love a crew chief that takes over and gets it done.
The advantage for Bailey right now is that cloud cover is on the track. We have lost some sunlight, and that is going to benefit Mr. Bailey in that 69 Camaro. I believe the last pass that Jason made was in sunlight. Bailey has been 650s in this car, but not during this event. We think his best was a 672. He needs a 691 or better to upset Jason Sack and take the lead back in the unlimited class. So literally, this is a $5,000 pass, or a $3,000 pass if you want to put it that way, because the winner takes $5,000, the runner-up gets $2,000. So this is a $3,000 hit for Tom Bailey in that 69 Camaro left lane, the Summit lane.
Yeah, and you got a question. So, Race, you got like 3 minutes till the lane's closed. Is Sack back there waiting to see what Bailey does on this hit?
I'm sure he is tuned to the live feed, if not in the staging lanes already.
The pressure is on. Oh, that's so down. You see that?
79, 220.58 miles
and smoke
an hour.
on the top end.
It didn't look like he was going to make the turnoff, but he did, in fact. Hard on the brakes with both laundry chutes out. How about that? Needed a 691, goes 679. That was a $3,000 pass right there. 679 with a 220.58 mile an hour. That is the top speed of the meet. 220.58 is the top speed of the meet. What a tear. You know, when he left, Josh, it did not look like the numbers were going to be there. He had a 117.60 foot, but was only 454 at the 8th.
You know, I'd like to see Sack come out here and give another shot at it. But I'm not sure.
He has 3 minutes.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
I'm not sure that that Jason will answer the call, but again, right now, Tom Bailey has retaken the lead with that 679, 220 mile an hour pass, a $3,000 pass to be exact. $5,000 to the winner, compliments of Delta PAG. Runner-up takes home $2K, and also $2,000 goes to the quickest manually shifted car of the event. And have not seen the results on that being tabulated as of yet. But again, you can go to MidwestDrags.com and click on results, and you'll be able to see who won in each of the categories. Hopefully we'll have live feed of the award ceremony, the Molly Award ceremony, taking place in just a few minutes from now.
2 minutes, folks, 2 minutes if you're back there.
Can we have a drum roll, please? Once again, racers, if you've turned in your time slips, would you please cooperate with us, help us, and pack up, load up, and head toward the award ceremony. We need to clear out the lanes before the onslaught of test and tune racers come in. We need to have the lanes free before they descend on the gates and in the pits. Congratulations to Tom Bailey. Looks like Tom will take home the championship in the unlimited category, as it is only 1 minute to respond from Jason Sack. Not sure that he is going to be able to respond or even desires to, but we do have a new champion. The 2019 champion in the unlimited category was none other than Clark Rosenstengel in his Cabero. Clark brought the Mustang out for this event and did really well. Did very well, as a matter of fact, with that car. But it looks like the new champion will be crowned in just a few moments. And it looks to be Tom Bailey.
Shut it down, folks. Shut it down. There it is, Mike.
All right, folks. Stage and lanes are closed. Officially, the Summit Midwest Drags is over for 2021. The only thing left to do is hand out the awards, and that will take place on the Summit side of the racetrack facility over in the campgrounds at the Molly Award Ceremony Pit site. We ask you to come over and watch the awards, if you will, as someone is going home with that 67 Chevy 2. The drawing will take place during